All right. We're live, baby. We're live.
Titty nipples.
We're not even live. I don't know why I say that. We're not even live. We're not even close to being live. But we
Not
are
even a little
recording. We are recording, so there's that. Well, here we are for yet another session of Dungeons and Dragons. D&D Adventures in Loxos. How y'all doing? Did y'all have a good Christmas? Don't care.
There's something to talk about.
Yeah, you asked that, and then everybody. I could have asked that with all seriousness, and everybody would have just gotten quiet anyways. Nobody would have said a thing. Y'all would have left me hanging.
No, I would have said I didn't get no ho-ho-hos.
Shouldn't you be used to that by now?
Ooh. So let's do the introductions. We're already running behind here. Let's do some introductions here. Starting from the top, we have AGTX, the Dragons, the Dwagons. How you doing, Dwagons? Ooh, woo, ooh, Dragons. Nothing. Okay.
No comment.
Yeah, he ain't even dignifying any of that with the response. And he will be playing Uquill, the human slayer / dragon shaman. The resident tank. Then we have Icy Hot _2305, who will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg, the deep druid. That's not your mama's druid. This druid doesn't get his powers from the natural world. Well, he gets it from a natural world, just not your typical natural world. He's not a forest-dwelling druid or doesn't go frolicking through the grassy fields picking flowers. No. Oh, no. Zoltan gets his druidic powers from the deep places. Caves, mountains, underground. He gets it from the cockles, if you will, the deep. Then we have Cassid69, and she will be playing Agaragus. How you doing, Cassid?
Hey yo.
Oh, she was quick this time. Did you all get? She was quick.
You talking smack?
Yeah, I'm right on it, man. It was almost like she was sitting there in her mind preparing for it. Not going to get skipped tonight. Not getting the skip tonight. Garrigus is a mycetid pion mender. What a mycetid is basically a mushroom person. Mushroom folk, about the size of a halfling, which is short, considerably short. And yeah, just a mushroom person, a humanoid mushroom. Agaricus happens to be what we call an androgyne, meaning they are neither male nor female. They just are. And yeah, just a little ball of hope. This is what Agaricus is, a little ball of hope. Then we have,
that's what you call it.
that's what you want to call it. Then we have Tempest Inferno, who is playing Otis Hirokin, who is our halfling cleric / favored soul champion of Obod High. That's correct, ain't it? That's correct. Yeah.
I'm the favorite.
Yeah, favored soul. I couldn't. I have, for whatever reason, I have the hardest time remembering that second class of yours.
Do better.
Yeah, he's yeah. Do better. He's a halfling, and he has returned to us from the pits of the nine hells, which is a kind of a long story, but yeah. Then we have Android, who will be playing Lord Android Farisen, the half elven, which I didn't say. You know, Zoltan's a half drow. I meant to say that he's half drow. Anyways, Android though, however, he's half wood elf, and he
is.
Yeah, okay, and he is a bard / paladin / saint of Corlon Lorethian. And like the title says, you know, he's a lord, so he's got a manor and all of that.
What's good with you?
He's the self-described main character, unless they get into a fight. Then he says Uquill is the main character. And I am Lord Pog, your humble DM. And yeah, without any further ado, I guess let's get into the let's get into the what do you call it? The intro. Yeah, let's roll that beautiful bean footage, the intro. Doodaloo 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 doodaloo.
Fucking beautiful.
Yeah. Every time. It's a winner every time. So as a quick recap, you guys finally have begun to fight the Woojin that is responsible for trying to assassinate Mazaru. Now, all of this can be explained in previous episodes for you Golden Wonders out there if you've got, you know, hours upon hours of your life to spare on listening to our previous episodes. But in short, you guys were basically, you have been investigating an assassination attempt of the Dragoon Shaman Mazaru. Now you have found the assassin, and it has turned out to be a Woojin who you thought she was a shaman herself named Nani Nani. And she, she grew quite large. She became gargantuan in size through her magic, and you guys have basically been fighting this giant magic wielding Woojin. And here last session you guys managed to cut her down to size. She has returned back to her normal size, but she is not quite done yet.
Phase 2.
Yeah, last thing she said to you all was she had not even begun to fight, as storm clouds began to form overhead. Just as a recap on everybody's positions in the battle and where you are right now, Uquill, you are the closest to her. You are just you were just like, you are within her, like she's within your attack range, you're within her attack range, because you basically rode her shoulder for most of that fight when she was gargantuan. Otis, you have gone from being about 25 feet away from her to being about 35 feet away from her now that she's shrunk down. Your distance has increased because she...
Didn't I approach her when she shrunk, though?
Did you?
I did. I came up to her and then she attacked me again.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say that. I had forgotten. So, I guess Otis and Blinker are within her attack range as well, or you guys are within her threatened range. Something I didn't forget was Zoltan got kicked, millywhopped, clean back into the palace, and is currently like planted in a set of, but basically a destroyed freaking podium now. Not even a podium, but like a, oh, what would you call that? A pedestal of sorts. Basically the pyramid shaped staircase that is built into the far wall that leads up to Mazaru's sleeping quarters, her little mesa up there with the pillows and everything. Zoltan got planted into a solid marble structure. He got planted right into that, and he's just over there just, you know, he looks like somebody who got thrown into a windshield is what he looks like. Like, you know, when you get hit and you see in like movies or something when they fall into the windshield and their whole rear end is just sitting in it. Yeah, that's basically what he looks like right now. Agaragis, huh?
Went into so much detail on saying how I got my ass whooped.
To be fair, I mean it's you know, it's because it's neat. It's because it's neat.
Funny.
Agaragis got trapped underneath a whole bunch of rubble and pinned to the ground. Practically crushed, but not dead. Not dead. Just hurting pretty good.
Fine.
Yeah, Android has managed to remove some of the rubble and is standing over them right now, getting ready to lay on hands to heal. Mazaru is tending to Lao D, the detective that's been helping you guys try to solve this case, and that's pretty much where we're at right now. Nani hasn't flinched like she's going to attack. Well, she's acting like she's getting ready for another fight, but she hasn't like made any move to attack just yet. So we're going to pick up with Android standing there over Agaragis, getting ready to lay on hands. And it's about at that point, Android, where suddenly you hear like a buzzing. You know, like kind of like a
Right.
And you
Is it my fucking ring?
you check your ring. Your ring is just fine. Your
My
ring,
phone going off.
yeah, your well, that's the funny thing. Like your ring is acting just fine, but there is something within like your like one of your pockets or something that is like kind of humming, like buzzing at you. And you begin searching, and you pull out the little clamshell makeup mirror deal that Elsa gave to you before she took off, you know, and it's humming, it's at you.
Oh fuck.
So you flick it open, and in the mirror goes from being a mirror to being like a portal, almost like a, you know, and it's you see Sebastian on the other end, and he's just like, Android? Are you there, Android? And you know, Sebastian, he's looking quite chic today. You know, he's wearing some bifocals, some what do you call it? Ivory rimmed bifocals that are tinted. You know, and his hair is looking quite kept, and he's wearing like fine garments of like royal purple silk and reds. And he's just like, Android, are you there? Android.
I like to imagine that before Android like even replies, Sebastian hears the crash of fucking Zoltan being planted into the fucking you know, like he hears the chaos ensuing in the background.
Sure, we could go with that. He's like, Android, before Android even has a chance to respond. Crash! There's Zoltan just getting freaking put ass over tea kettle into the freaking just boom into the freaking structure. And you just see Sebastian kind of jump a little bit and go, oh, good grief.
Android's like, what's up?
Sebastian looks you over, and you've taken quite a beating yourself. You know, you're bleeding from your face a little bit. There's like a cut on your forehead and a fine line of blood that's just like starting to dry down the side of your face and cheek, going down onto your chin. You got a busted lip. You just look so messed up. And he's looking at you, and he's like, oh. By Heronius' sword, what is going on over there? What have you gotten yourselves into? Look at you, the state of you, man.
Android's like, oh man, if you think I look bad, take a look at the mushroom. He just turns, you know, he's kind of like does the selfie thing and turns a little bit so that, you know, Agaricus is at the downward angle.
He goes, oh my gosh, I didn't think it was possible that it could look worse. He goes,
oh yeah.
Oh, no. He goes, oh, are those your fine clothes you're wearing? Like, as you're turning it, he just gets a glimpse of what you're wearing, you know, to turn it back to you. He goes, those are your fine clothes you're wearing, aren't you?
These are my only clothes, Sebastian.
he pinches his like the bridge of his nose with his like thumb and middle finger, you know, and just squeezes his eyes closed like he's suddenly forming a headache. He's like, oh, somebody's got.
Well, I didn't intend to be attacked. It just happened.
He's like, somebody has got to teach you on how to pack accordingly. You don't just bring one item of clothing. Android, what if you've got to go to like an impromptu banquet or something? He goes, you know what? Never mind. We'll work on this. We'll work on it. Okay? Okay.
Have the rabbit folk made it to you yet?
Oh.
They prefer to be called Bunzai, let me be clear. Rabbit folk is derogatory.
He goes, that is what he goes, that is precisely what I'm calling you about. He reaches down out of like the picture for a minute and then steps back up, and in his arms he's holding what looks like to be the most adorable looking fox with like eagle wings that you have ever seen in your life. It's like this little pudgy little, you know, ball of fluff that you can tell that he's like manicured already, and he's got a bow in its hair and everything. And he goes, did you send this precious thing to me as a gift or what? Oh, look at it. Look at it. I call her Lulu. Isn't she just the most precious thing you've ever seen in your life?
No cap, that thing is pretty fucking cute.
He goes, she's fast too. She brought me a letter from these Bunzai that you so aptly mentioned. He goes, apparently you have some kind of deal with some dragoon or whatever there, wherever it is that you are. Where are you? What is going on? And why didn't you call me yourself using the clamshell? And speaking of which, why didn't Elsa think to give you the clamshell so you could call me?
long story short, I don't know what Elsa's deal was. She did eventually bring it to me. This has been a long, arduous thing. It's only been a couple of days. We're in Pengshun. The people here look like animals, but they don't appreciate you mentioning it. I don't quite understand it. They are very, very apt to point out if you are not following their etiquette, and they will get upset with you. Bow to them, and like they will bow back to you. It's just polite. Speak when spoken to. I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle of something. I'll get back to you.
He goes, and where's Elsa?
She went rogue. He kind of scratches his head a little bit. He's like, she's safe though. She just put together a group of children, and now they like run the streets here or something. It's pretty crazy.
He goes, I see. So
I think that's what it was.
You
kind of like was.
You said Pengshun, correct?
Yes.
And they are Bunzai, and you are in business with this Bunzai then, or?
The Bunzai were just messengers for the Dragoon.
Dragoon.
Let me see something. I think I wrote this down.
I think I wrote it down. While you're trying to do that, you see him like start snapping his fingers at somebody, and he's like, yes.
Oh yes, Koto Kai. Just get in touch with Koto Kai, and he'll put you in touch with his boss in Pengshun.
He goes, all right. And he's flipping and like snapping his fingers at somebody, and he's like, you boy. He goes, go to the library and fetch me books about a place called Pengshun and Dragoon and something or other. I'm going to need to learn this culture if I'm going to be able to do business if I'm going to be able to be a liaison between our house and these folk. Yes. You will get your shilling when you get back. Yes, go before I slap you twice. All right. Well, did they say anything about having to return Lulu?
They did not say. He kind of scratches his head. I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. Gold is very, very valuable here. So know that. What else?
Gold is valuable. Gold is valuable anywhere, Android.
But incredibly valuable.
Crying out loud.
One gold piece can feed somebody for like 3 or 4 years. Like it's incredibly valuable here.
He's like, that is good to know. Boy, make sure you get something about the exchange rate too. Okay, good. Well, good.
They seem to have a line on this incredibly valuable liquor that they can make, and they want to make us the exclusive vendor of it. So
he goes, so you are there doing actual business. Very good, very good.
Oh, I'm trying.
And he holds up Lulu in the camera, you can see him just holding her up, like you would a small dog, and he's like, you hear that, baby? We're gonna get to keep you. And Lulu's like licking his face. He's like, oh, I love you too, and it's all flapping its wings and stuff, and he's like, and it scratches him across his face, and he's like, oh, good God. And rolls around, like drops her on the ground. He's like, ah.
Andrew kind of squints, and he's like,
mother of a troll.
That one doesn't talk?
He goes, what?
Never mind. No matter.
He's like,
in any case.
He goes, all right, well, I'll do the research on my end, and And yeah, try and bring yourself back in one piece, and don't soil those clothes any worse than you already have, if at all possible. I'm gonna have to take it down to the tailor now. I can see that there's holes. There's a hole in the shoulder there. I can see it from here. It's like, crying out loud. He goes, all right, well, all right. Carry on your business then, doing the hero thing, and yes. Speaking of which, you received a letter here recently. He goes, would you, do you want to know about that now, or would you rather just wait?
I'll call you after this.
Okay, it's addressed to you, but it's from the quest givers.
So, very good.
He says, yes, I have some rudimentary knowledge of their of that organization, but yeah, it's in bold.
Urgent.
So, yes.
Well, very good. I'll try to not get my head blasted off so that I may hear it.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Yes. Do that. Do that first. All right. Well, if there's nothing else with all the melodrama, I'm going to go and feed Lulu and see about some more business that you have going on around here. When you get back, Android, we need to talk seriously.
Okay. Sounds good.
It's like, all right, Sebastian out. And you see him pick up like what looks like a mojito and begin drinking it as the screen goes black and turns into a mirror again.
I just snap it closed and put it in my pocket. And I look down at Agaricus and I'm like, oh shit, you're dying.
Agaricus goes, tell him I said hi.
I'm gonna heal Agaricus for 40 points from my lay on hands. I have 72 total.
Okay. So, Agaricus, you would add what? 42 points, he said?
Just 40.
Oh, 40. Yeah, I don't know why I made it some weird number. So Agaricus, what is your total health?
41.
Total health is 111.
No.
No, what's like her current health?
Yeah, 41.
Okay.
I was right.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah.
I
So that'll make your health 81. So put 81 in your current HP, and which, considering that your max health is 111, that you're doing considerably better now. So Android, you do a little jutsu with your hands or whatever, and you lay him on Agaricus, and this light emanates from them, and Agaricus, your body feels less distraught than it did before. You feel some of your bones kind of, or what should be bones. You feel some of your sinew start popping back into place, and some of your cuts and bruises heal up and everything, and you're feeling considerably better now. Jumping over to Uquill and Otis, you guys stand before Nani. I guess posed to do battle, if I'm not mistaken. I imagine the both of you are quite ready to attack should she get froggy. You know, you now got your sword and your shield drawn, the totem, and Otis, I imagine you have the Rose of Obad High drawn, and you guys are just standing there. Freaking, you're like standing there with the rose all drawn and everything, and you're trying to look like you're ready in your little battle pose, but freaking Blinker is like busy like licking your hand every 10 seconds and like nudging your elbow, trying to get you to like place your hand on his head so you'll pet him. You know, he's really making it hard for you to look like intimidating, because he's just like, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me.
Hey yo bitch, pet me.
Yeah. Pet me, pet me, and you're just kind of like, stop it. Stop it now.
I mean, as much as I would like to be in that pose with the rose, I actually have an idea, if I may.
Sure.
Well, I'm going to look at you, Quill, and be like, hey, don't throw me.
Yes. I was waiting for him to quit dying first.
Sorry, I had to cough. Do what? What was the...
He's like, hey, I'm going to look at you, Quill, and say, hey, you want to throw me?
Yay!
I want to draw my whip, and as he throws me, I want to try to grapple her with it, using the momentum of the throw to bring her back down to the ground.
Okay. I'm going to allow you guys to carry this out all as like one action instead of waiting for like the attack action, move action, and everything, because she hasn't done anything yet, and this is technically like a new phase of the battle. So I'm going to allow you guys this action kind of as a free. This whole series of events is kind of like as a freebie, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, go for it. You Quill, roll a strength. Let's start there. Shouldn't have to worry too much, because there'll be no resistance from Otis on his end. Not bad. So you Quill, you just pick him up and discus throw him. I mean, like, you give him like a whole 360 spin before boom, launching him right at Nani. And
I
you
need to find my camera. I told you I wanted to start rolling my physical dice because I miss it. And I was gonna have the webcam up to show the dice because, you know.
Just a second, guys.
I have a huge cup of dice, and they want to be used. Let me grab it.
I have to find mine in storage.
All right. Anyways, what was it that you wanted to do now, Otis, as he threw you?
Get my whip out and grapple her, use the momentum of the throw to bring her back down to the ground.
Okay. Roll a grapple. Let's see here. Does this have any? And you can add that +4 to the grapple from the trip attempts. So,
Back the sword to that. 23.
Okay, 23. All right. All right, so you just get it. So as you go flying at her, you yank out the freaking dragon tail and just whip out at her, and yeah, wrap pretty much like around her, like around her chest and everything, pinning her arms to her side, and yeah, you yank her to the ground. She just hits the ground, and you basically have her tied right now.
Kinky.
Yeah, she's been she has been what's the word? Detained.
I'm going to quickly turn to Yuko and be like, hey, I don't have a lot of strength, so you might want to come over here and help hold her down.
Titty nipples!
She begins to chant. She's like,
Nice.
Dafujan. Yuko like slaps a hand on her mouth like, nope. No.
I said shut up!
And then he says "titty nipples" in mocking.
Shut your fucking mouth, Rainy.
Yeah. And she just and her hands just kind of kicks for a minute and then just she realizes she's not going to get free with Yuquil pretty much putting a knee in her chest and his hand clapped over her mouth. Yeah. Yeah, so you guys have actually detained her. You didn't. You guys actually brought her down with without actually having to kill her. You just boom, you brought her down. What do y'all want to do now?
Stones at her. Okay, I'm sorry.
You know,
I'm
I
going
like
to rip
that
some
idea.
cloth off of my clothing so we can use to actually tie her mouth shut.
We're gagging her now? Oh my.
Yes.
All right.
Keep her from chanting spells, bitch.
Whips and chains. Yes.
Otis, roll a. You know what? I'm not even gonna.
Who's
gonna
my
have you
naughty
roll anything.
shaman?
You just, yeah, you guys just gag her and tie her hands behind her back and everything. Just kind of, detain her real good. Just
Yeah.
yeah, and she has been captured. When as you guys do that,
Somebody get the Pokemon sound and edit it in here. We've just caught ourselves a shaman.
Oh no, that's the wrong thing I'm thinking.
That's
Oh,
wrong one.
yeah, wrong one. Yeah. Wah, wah.
You uncultured swine.
That could count. We beat a gym.
I mean, fair.
On the right track.
Yeah, so speaking of which, Zoltan, you you're just sitting there implanted in this stairwell. You haven't lost the shape your shape of the magma elemental yet, but it's pretty busted up, and you can see from where you're sitting what Yuquil and Otis are doing. What do you want to do?
I wanna go back to my original form.
All right, so you begin to like bend and break, just kind of back into your normal shape, and as you do, like you're like the hole you made in this structure was so massive because of how big you are, because you're huge. But as you shrink down to normal size, you slowly just disappear into this crater, and pretty soon you're just sitting inside this hole, just like,
If I may, do I know what it's made out of?
what?
The where I broke everything.
It's made out of marble.
Fuck. Never mind.
Babelete.
Like, as you do, like some of the structure itself shifts and stuff, so some more of it like breaks off and everything, and like a small little pebble just kind of off the top of your head, just boom. Not enough to do actual damage. It's more just like it hurts your pride more than anything. You're just like, oh, that's smart.
Where'd that come from?
Mazaru and Lao D can see it happen too, and Lao D is now up to his feet, and he comes walking over to Otis and Yuquil, and he's like, you detained her.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, huh? He goes, it's Nani Nani.
Nani.
What is everybody doing at this point?
I'd like to say that after that whole thing went down, we got her detained. Otis gonna look at Yuko and is like, God, it's good to be back.
I love Otis.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Yeah. What about Android and Agaragis? What are they doing?
I guess, well, at least in Android's case, he's kind of making sure Agaricus is up and moving around, and he's gonna kind of go over and make sure you Quill and Otis are healed up. You know, he's gonna call Solar over and start tending to wounds and shit.
Solar comes flying over towards you and he goes, well, I didn't expect to have to do it, but it looks like they actually they opted to actually detain instead of slay the
I'm so fucking proud. Android looks like a proud dad. He's like, we actually didn't kill somebody for once.
the liquid metal begins to
Feels like the right thing to do.
turn to light and fade off of him as Solar returns back to his heel form, his like written natural form. He's like, oh, I tell you, I was that was quite intense. I thought we were going to have to kill her. He goes, your friend Lao D seems to recognize her.
Yeah, I seem to remember we met her when we first arrived here, right? Am I remembering that correctly? No, I'm like breaking character because I'm trying to remember proper. Yeah, something like that. We did meet her somewhere.
She wanted to. She
was like a shaman or something.
Yeah, she was the shaman of the small village you guys first arrived in, and
Was
she
like
wanted.
was that the Bonsai village? Like when we met the Bonsai and stuff too?
No, it was when you first got into the Dragoon lands.
Oh, I see.
She's the one that she was the first one to meet with you, Quill, and while she was meeting with you, Quill, you guys heard the ancients yell across the land, and she told you, Quill, that means they're summoning him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
because we were like, yeah, the Greybeards.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Greybeards were called.
Yeah, basically,
That's right.
yeah. Yes. Basically, that's who she is, but yeah. She also, but she's also the one that Lao D claimed sent him to assist you guys in uncovering the plot in the first place. And you can see Lao D is like, go ahead and, before I say any of this, what is Agaragis and Zoltan doing? Like, at this point, is Zoltan crawled up out of that hole? Is Agaragis, what is going on? Like, I need to know where everybody's positions are right now. Because I assume that Android and Solar are having this conversation as they approach as they approach Quill and Otis.
Yeah. Android's kind of explaining that we met her, she's a shaman. She sent Laudi,
What is What is everybody else doing?
Is there? Go ahead.
There you go.
Okay. Is there? Can I by chance make a potion in this time frame?
No.
Okay. Sorry.
That's going to require a little bit more effort than just, let me pull some things out and slap them together real quick, spit on it, and there's liquid.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Spit on that thing.
How dare you, sir? Oh, what is Zoltan? But what is Agargus doing though? Since he can't make a potion.
I guess just following behind Android and kind of like dusting myself off and kind of checking my vital signs.
You see Agargus put two fingers to like just a part of their body where supposedly I guess a neck could be, and they're just checking it as they walk along.
Checking its pulse.
Yeah. Huh. Getting in my steps. What is Zoltan doing?
He's behind the group, rubbing his head.
Yeah. He's just crawled up out of the hole and is now walking towards everybody as well, just looking like, oh man, ow. There's gonna be a lump there.
The fucking rubble.
What about Otis and Uquill? What are they doing? They just standing there with Loudy?
Otis is going to ask them if they want to ask her questions.
Loudy's like, yes, there will be time for interrogation. And he begins to like search her body. Like he's just kind of going through her robes,
My whip is still around her, right?
You've tied up her hands now too, as well.
Okay, well, I need to make sure I collect my whip then,
Oh
if
yeah.
I haven't already.
Um,
You're trying to leave
also-
that shit behind.
Can I also like pay special attention to Loudy checking her robes?
Yeah, go ahead and everybody roll a spot.
Hooray! I forget that I have to pay attention now. Where is it? Yeah. Damn.
All right. Quill, do you not want to roll a spot?
You're muted, by the way, Father. Yeah, you've been talking this whole time.
Oh, has he?
Oh, damn.
We couldn't even hear him.
Yep, I had to take off a headphone to make sure I wasn't tripping. He's fixing it. Discord being a bitch, like always.
Yeah.
I'm going to say make sure it didn't connect to his camera mic.
I was curious about that because earlier
what-
Otis said something to him about it's good to be back, and he didn't say anything then. And I was like, I wonder if like Quill is just like,
Yeah, whatever. Shut up.
Well, no, I just thought maybe he was like looking at the whole scenario like, did I really not kill this person? Like,
No, when I plugged in the camera, it just freaked out the settings. It wasn't trying to pick up the camera mic. It's Discord's cranky when you plug shit in or a new input.
right.
It was a 19.
It was a 19. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could
If
see
you-
that you got your little camera on there. Yeah, I see your hands. Ah. It's a brand new car. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
I told you a while back I was going to do this, and because I wanted to go old school dice so you could see I was actually rolling them.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
It feels good.
Yeah, no problem. I don't mind you doing that. I know you well enough to know you won't fudge your rolls, even if I can't necessarily see them like precisely. So, but yeah, a 19. Okay, so
It wasn't good.
yeah. Well, the thing is that because everybody has different like modifiers and stuff, everybody's on like, I guess I should explain this. Everybody's on like a sliding scale. So what may count as success for one person may not count as success for another, just because you may have more points or a higher modifier in that in said skill. So like one person who rolls, that may be like a high roll for them, so yeah, that's a success, while another person that could get the exact same thing, but that technically would be considered a low roll for them because they have so much modifier. You see what I'm saying? So I do that at so everybody's on like a sliding scale. So like for instance, Android, that was a considerably low roll for you in what you just rolled, while for Agaragis that was high, even though you rolled a 28 and they rolled a 26, but they rolled considerably high considering what their modifier is. You know what I mean? So technically, Agaragis is the only one to even notice this. And Agaragis, while everybody else, what you guys see is you see Lao D pull something from Nani Nani. You see him pull something out of her robes, but Agaragis, you actually catch the sleight of hand that he's using. He's not actually pulling anything out of her robes. He's actually producing it from his own sleeve, and it actually looks like he's taking it from her clothing and not his own. And it's
a plant.
It's an emblem, a royal seal. And as Mazaru and the royal guard approach the scenario, Laudi stands up and he holds up this emblem. It looks like a medallion almost. It's about the size of it's a little bit smaller. It fits perfectly into his palm, as it were. And it's a royal seal. And he points at Mazaru, he holds it out to Mazaru and he says, look, it's the royal seal. She's in league with Kara Shin, the shogun. It was him who put her up to this. And Mazaru looks it over and she's like, She looks down at Nani Nani and she says, is that true? And Nani Nani lowers her eyes and just kind of bows her head. It's about this time too that Kara Jin is walking up with some more royal guards, and he's like, what seems to be the meaning of this? What do you got? Now, Agaragis, you're the only one who saw that sleight of hand from Lao D. Android, Uquil, and Otis and Zoltan, however, you guys see that, Nani Nani is in league with Karajin. Is there anything you all want to do or say?
So the rest of us are under the impression, so he brandished the medallion to everybody, is that right?
Yes.
And what was the sleight of hand? I know that my character missed it, but what was it?
That's what that was.
We'll never know.
Okay.
But yeah, what you, from where you're standing right now, it looks like Kara Shin is in league with Nani Nani, which makes sense because Agaragis did tell you all that she did see Kara Jin having a conversation with a Wujin at one point in time. So this does add up.
You didn't tell me that.
No, she did not tell you that. Otis, you're just kind of like, what's going on? Wait, what? What's happening?
I'm just here to fight.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? Blinker's just licking you, wagging his tail. Like, just straight up licking your face, too. Like, he's just going to town on you right now. You're just like...
Whoa! Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy?
I guess Android's just kind of like, well, that does add up.
Indeed. Loudy says, indeed, it does. I always knew you were corrupt. Which also adds up because Loudy has never had anything nice to say about Kara Jin. Mazaru says, is there any other evidence that anyone can present? She says, very well. Kara Jin, you are under arrest for under the suspicion of treachery and an attempted assassination on my life.
She is the one that told Yuko to come here in the first place, right?
Nani is, yeah. Mazaru's the other shaman that you spoke with, the one that told you of the prophecy and everything. She's the high shaman, Mazaru. Yeah. But
I'm trying to remember exactly what the conversation between Yuko and what's her name, how it went. I remember she was very vague whenever she talked with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she said that the ancestors required your audience, and that you know.
She didn't really give me much to work with.
Yeah.
Just, go, you fool.
Yeah, so she says, put him under arrest, and Kara Jin's like, he's like, this is preposterous. I have done nothing wrong, and they begin to, arrest him, He's like, you can't do that, I am the Shogun. And you just hear Loudy kind of say, not anymore. And smile. Says if no one has any
Can I
questions...
roll a sense motive on that?
You may.
May I as well?
You may. Anybody who wants to can.
See if I get a better one.
Wow. Agaragis hitting the skill checks like crazy right now. Okay, Android. All right, so
garbage.
yeah, that wasn't too bad. They're not all too bad. There is a sense of satisfaction. I will say this. Android, Zoltan, and Otis, you all three notice that there is a sense of satisfaction in Loudy's voice. You know what I mean? Almost mockingly so, as he says that. Not anymore, you're not. And, but Agaragis, you sense way more into that than the others. You even see like the half smile that cracks across his face. Like there's a sense of satisfaction in that half smile. Almost looks nefarious to you, like job well done. You can tell that he there's an accomplishment. Almost like you know the expression the cat that ate the canary?
No.
Well, that basically can mean
Grandfather, spell it out for us.
yeah, that can mean two things, honestly. Sometimes when you catch somebody doing something, but you know, but you didn't actually catch them doing it. It's like, you know, when you come in on the tail end, you know, like when you feel like you just walked into a conversation that people were having about you and everybody just kind of looks at you, you know, and gives you that look. That's the cat that ate the canary. But also the cat that ate the canary is when you know you haven't really caught them for doing anything per se, but they've just got this look on their face like they just got away with something. And Agaragis, you pick up all of that on his face right then and there. You know, he looks, you know, there's something very devious, you know, about his expression as he says that to Kara Shin when he says, "I am the Shogun," and he says, "Not anymore, you're not." And then he gives that half grin that almost is missed by everybody else except you.
Am I in sight of Loudy?
Now, you Quill, because I'm not looking at the Discord all the time. If you roll something, let me know, okay?
Yeah, I
if
will.
you choose to. Do what now? Zoltan?
Am I in sight of Loudy?
Yeah, you all are. That's what I'm saying. Like, all of you caught the satisfaction in his voice.
No. Like, can he see me? Does he see me? Is he too focused on?
I mean, he would see you. Like, it would be nothing for him to see you. Like, he can look over and see you, but he's not paying much attention to you. No.
Can I just like not swiftly, but like secretly pull out my stone and look at him?
You sure may.
I'm gonna do that.
All right, so you pull out your stone and you look at him. You're still not picking up any Woojin magic coming off of him.
I don't like this stone. I think it's flawed.
He crosses his arms, and as you're looking at him, he just looks over and sees you doing it again, and he kind of flinches and looks at you and goes, "Really?"
What? I was following your instructions. You told me not to trust anyone.
He goes, "Ah," and just kind of waves you off.
Can I
Yeah, so Kara, Shin, and Nani are pretty much marched off to be taken to the the dungeon, basically. And Mazaru is standing there in front of with all of you, and she's like, "Well, it looks as if I'll get to live another day."
Equal just scratches his head like, I don't like it.
She says, "No."
Something's not adding up.
Something seems off.
She looks at you, Otis, and she says, "Greetings," and she bows, and her wings like furl out and like touch the ground like a cape, and she bows and she says, "I am Mazaru, High Shaman of the Dragoon Shogunate." She says, and you are?"
Otis?
Says, "Otis. You were not a part of their group when they first arrived, and yet you are here now."
That's because I came from hell.
I totally believe that's the way he said it too, just like that, just in that it with that kind of bravado and everything to her. You say that to her, and she kind of half smiles at you, Otis, like, you know what I mean? Like she's almost regarding you like one does a puppy, just too cute for words, But then like her expression goes back to being serious, and she begins to like peer, like her eyes almost bore into you, you know? And with like a knowing expression, you almost feel like she's able to like peer into your soul and just know the answers to the questions she wants to ask without asking. And she does this for a few minutes and she says, "Yes, clearly." She says, "Well, it's good to have you back. I am glad that you are well, Otis."
I mean, I don't know about well, but yeah.
She says, "Well, it may not, though it's no secret to the others of your group. I feel as though you and I have a mutual acquaintance. I knew one that I can feel his presence with you." She's like, "It's an undeniable aura. I was friends with Corlon Lorethian as well, once upon a time." She says, "And because I can sense his aura with you, I know that you are friend."
Oh, G homie himself.
Okay.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. Normally I would say that maybe it would dawn on Otis like, well, how did he get all the way over here to meet these people? But somehow I just don't feel like that would be something Otis would concern himself with. He'd just be like, "Oh, Corlon Lorethian. Yeah, I know him."
You're like, oh yeah, cool, neat.
Yeah. Like, he's just...
I know that guy.
He's just pure enough that he's just like, it doesn't make him question it at all. He's just like, yeah, okay, cool. She smiles and she says, "Yes, well," she says, "Well, come, friend Otis, and the rest of you, unless there's... What troubles you? Everything is as it should be, is it not?" About this point in time, too, Lao D has left the group as well to escort Kara, Shin, and Nani Nani to their cells. He's upholding his duties as a detective. And he just kind of waves at everybody and he's like, I will meet up with the rest of you later. I have paperwork basically to attend to."
I would like to accompany Loudy into taking them to the dungeon.
All right. So Otis, you just go scrambling up next to Loudy.
Like, what's up, friend?
Yeah, Loudy's like, "Oh, hello, Otis. You coming with me then?"
Why not?
He goes, "Very well." Blinker's just prancing along behind you all now, just, you know, as you all, but so Otis goes with Lao D and the prisoners. Mazaru looks at Android, Uquil, and Zoltan and Agargus, and she's like, "Something is troubling you, I can tell. Everything is fine. It worked out the way it should, did it not?" She begins to play like with a pendant that's wrapped, or like she's got a necklace with like a small pendant, and she's just kind of playing with it, like kind of twirling it around in her fingers a little bit. You know what I mean? As she says that to you.
Yeah, Yuko's like,
Can I roll a sense motive on that?
You are allowed to play as much D&D as you like, my dude. I like how Agargus is the only one to have noticed anything of value, and Agargus has just been standing there quiet this entire time.
No.
I like to think that Agaricus, the character, doesn't realize that there's anything of value that happened.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of how I look at it too. Like Agaragis is the.
Garrus playing lore accurate Garrus.
Yes, Agaragis being lore
Yeah.
accurate Agaragis. Now, see, that's what I'm talking about. That couldn't have gotten any higher than what it is. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
I
Yeah.
mean, it could have gotten one higher.
Yeah. You, she says this to you, and those words, it's like she's questioning your motivation now. Almost like it's an invitation to pry. You know? Her statement isn't really a statement at all. It's not even a question. It feels more like an invitation. Almost as if she's saying, you know, if something doesn't feel right, then perhaps, you know, just perhaps you should dig deeper. You feel as if there's something she might, you know,
Yeah.
you know, there's something happening here that you're not in on.
Yeah. I guess Android's kind of like, well, I suppose some more questioning of Nani will be in order, but do you know something about all of this that I'm missing? Because Laudi looked incredibly satisfied. Perhaps that's just because he completed his investigation, as it were, but he kind of scratches his chin a little bit. He's like, I don't know.
Yeah, Yuquil's just oblivious. He's like, nothing so far has been that easy for us. And I do mean nothing. So this does not feel
that's
right.
the first person that we haven't killed.
Yes.
That's the
Nobody-
first person
nobody-
that we haven't been forced to kill.
Nobody tried to murder us to an excess that is just unparalleled. Something doesn't feel right. That was too easy.
She looks at you, Quill, and like she hears everything you say, Android, but she looks at you, Quill. Something about that statement just kind of strikes her. And she goes, when you're used to such strife, martial strife, when peace is allowed, it almost doesn't feel warranted. She says, how interesting.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. It's just so far. How would he say it?
One of these pieces misalign, he kind of offers.
Kind of. I wouldn't say that the people we've been against were just like, you would say, agents of chaos. They were so dead set on their beliefs that dying for the cause was more of the choice. You know what I mean? Not necessarily a choice, but it was like they felt
room for surrender.
Yeah, there was no room. This feels almost we're missing something that it's just too
Neat.
peace doesn't come. Yeah,
Organized.
peace doesn't come this easy. It just does not. We're missing something.
She says, well, if it'll make you feel any better, what she has done here today will warrant an execution. There will be no sentencing. She has already signed her death warrant.
Well, sure,
So,
but has
in order-
Kara won?
She says, Kara Shin, however, how do I say this? He has done a lot for our lands. You know, in our country, we call it the Dragoon below Shogunate, but in our language, it would be Longji Judo. And here in Longji Judo, regardless of how anybody feels about what he has done on this day, is treachery, as it were, he is guilty of something. But he himself has laid no hands upon anyone. I imagine he will become an exile in honor of everything that he has done that is good for Longji Judo. So if you are worried about him, then you may take comfort in that. And besides, your companion, Agaragis, did say they saw them with a Woojin, did they not?
That's true.
Well, then he was obviously plotting something. It's about this time, Android, Agaragis, and Zoltan, mainly. Not to cut out you, Quill, it's just you, Quill, you're kind of coming in on the tail end of this, right? You haven't picked up all the clues that they have. I will allow you guys all to roll a... Let's roll an intelligence and see if you guys can put it all together. At least what it is you're thinking to help you, and we'll see if...
Well, but, okay, so you said that the mash is a Woojin component, huh? And it's a byproduct of that fire water?
Fire wine.
Of the
Fire wine.
Yes. Go ahead and roll that in intelligence, and I will see what questions I can answer and what questions I cannot at this point.
Brother man, where is intelligence at again?
Brother man.
It's your natural stat block.
It's
Okay.
Wow, Android. Wow, you are going for the gold on that one. That is incredibly high for a stat roll.
Let's see what I can get.
21 with
Yeah,
a modifier of 3.
I'm gonna tell you a lot. I'm not rolling shit.
Agaragis, Laura,
Agaragis notices there's dirt.
Agaragis is the Lorax.
Yeah. Agaragis is the Lorax, and she speaks for the trees, and for some fucking reason, they're speaking Vietnamese.
The funny part is like she's really the one that knows the most about everything, has shared the least, and at this point in time, she's just like, you know what would go really good right now? With some greens. And she's just like off in another world, like, nah. I saw a bird once.
What components can I put together to make this potion?
Yeah.
And
Bigger fish to fry.
And that, and I churn it like this, and voila! What is it? It's brie. I have made brie.
Yeah, no shit.
Zoltan, did you want to try and roll that, or were you just gonna call it good?
I had to close Roll20 and reopen it. It wasn't letting me open my character sheet.
Oh.
I said, oh. You said intelligence?
Yeah. It's just a regular stat block. Good God. Yeah, so Zoltan's just like, yeah, so Agaragis is wondering, just
What are these things they call sheep?
yeah, just kind of chilling like, I have never been outside before until here recently, and it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Zoltan is over there being like, I wonder what Chumi's wearing. Right?
I wonder what he's doing.
There's just no way that Zoltan and Agaricus rolled the same fucking.
They did. They did. They both
So
got a
funny.
fat 3.
It's
We're
so
not
funny.
doing much, matter of fact.
It is incredible.
Okay.
Android, however, you got a high roll. So
Well, here's the thing.
I
Here's the
will
thing.
answer any questions that you have and possibly fill in any blanks for you at this point.
Yeah, here's the thing, because I know that paid out. And that is why I know that this is not right. Because I don't know what dealings he has with the Firewine people necessarily, but I know he paid out. And I'm certain that Woojin he was meeting with probably wasn't Nani because I've met at least one other. I say I know that it probably wasn't. I have a hunch that it probably wasn't because I've met at least one other.
So
this is my working theory.
What's your working theory? Let's hear it.
At least that we are mistaken that Kal Rashen was meeting with Nani. I think he was meeting with another Woojin and was framed.
So you get to working it out in your head as now are you trying to bring all this up to Mazaru, or are you just thinking about it now?
I guess I'm just thinking about it right at this moment. I'm kind of piecing it together because I don't want to just openly accuse Laudi necessarily at this time. But yeah, that's the working theory that Laudi is framing Kal Rashen because he wants him to no longer be the shogun.
So, as you're thinking this through, Mazaru says, "If we shall, we need to adjoin to the throne room now, the Emperor's chambers, to talk about a replacement for the shogun." And she turns and begins to walk, and so you all begin to follow her. And as you're giving this some thought, you know what I mean? It's like that music. You know the one song. It's that one song from like, what is it? Requiem for a Dream. You know the da 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 da. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It starts
Yeah,
playing through your head as you start piecing this together.
And I'm like getting flashes of Laudi and different things that he said that were like just kind of off, you know?
you begin to realize certain things, like you go back and you remember at one point in time when Yu Quill almost got assassinated. You remember Laudi was the one that checked that assassin before he disintegrated, right? And now your mind has honed down in, your elven eyes have become so keen in your mind's eye that you realize that Laudi actually put his hand over the creature's mouth, over the Nezumi's mouth, before releasing it, and then he dissipated. And little things like him talking to Mazaru, and Mazaru telling like how nervous he was with her when she bore into him the same way she's done everybody else, and how you remember him quite noticeably shifting uncomfortably behind you at one point in time. And I did point that out. If you go back to the old sessions, I mentioned that he shifted uncomfortably and was kind of sweating as she looked at him and said, "You know, if this does not work out, you know, there may be no, you know, what Nani having sent you, this could cost her everything." And him saying, I know this. She says, "Well, then I hope it works out for you then." And that realization comes to your mind, knowing that Mazaru said that. She was the one that said that. You know? and Boss Kappa sitting there, or the mash and the fire wine, and Lao D telling you that day that you guys were sitting there playing mahjong together, and he was talking. He knew all sorts of facts about the fire wine. If you remember that, when you were telling him your backstory, and he was kind of just listening to the whole thing and everything. He knew all kinds of facts about the fire wine. He said, "I'm a fire wine connoisseur. I know everything there is to know about it." And not to mention, when you guys were speaking with Boss Kappa, and Boss Kappa was like, told him, he's like, "Yeah, you're just the detective sent here to help them, if that be what you really want to do." And Lao D instantly clamming up, you know, as if Boss Kappa had learned something about this whole thing, you know? And,
Yeah, who the new client for the fucking contract is.
and, but the real interesting thing was when you guys, learned that there were 2 Woojin. Lao D even said, "There's 2 Woojin?" He said that. And it's just, and then he was the first one to rush over to Nani Nani and produce the seal. And it's just, you know, dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, and then it just does that whole boom as it all dawns on you what has been going on.
Okay, well, I guess at this time, Android's gonna want to stop and be like, well, okay. I don't know exactly how to articulate all of this.
Well, before you get to do that, before all that,
We're ambushed and killed.
we're gonna, yeah, you die.
Nice.
No, we're actually gonna jump over to Otis and Lao D when they're escorting everybody
okay,
down
cool.
into the dungeon. So Otis, you've been walking with Lao D, and he's just been walking pretty quietly now. There is a earlier he seemed pretty hyped about everything that's going on now, but his eyes have not. You notice that his gaze has never left Nani Nani as they escort her down into the dungeons. And the longer you all walk, it's not something that he's trying to hide, so I'm not gonna have you roll anything for it. He begins to look more and more melancholy as you all go down into the dungeons and everything. And he does look with a bit of satisfaction as they toss Kara Shin into one of the cells. And he's just like, "Unhand me! You know what I've done for this shogunate? Do you know what I've done for this shogunate? Our enemies were at the door and I held them back. And this is the thanks I get." And Lao D says, "You did that for yourself and not the people. You tax us. You put us in wars that only profiteer you. You have side dealings in weaponry and armaments, and you purposely send our people out there to die. Why? Also, you can make money? You involve us in wars that have nothing to even do with us. 2 shogunates can be fighting, and whoever you have dealings with, you will force us to take their side just so you can privately make money. And how do you
in the
pay
middle
for
of this whole thing? Can I just activate my ring so everybody can hear how he's sounding when talking to them?
Yeah, you sure may.
Yeah.
It's about this time as you guys are walking too, all of a sudden you guys just hear a now, Otis, as you're activating your ring, you hear a doo 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 doo. Hi, I am Dot.
Damn.
What?
Yeah. She says, oh, so good. User 4 has has reactivated their ring. Greetings, user 4. I am Dot 4. I am your ring. She says, see, he doesn't know. He doesn't know about this.
I know. I every opportunity that I was going to explain him, something came up, and Android just slipped his mind, and he was like, "Well, on to the next thing."
She says, I am the interface of your communication ring.
Father, you're once more muted again.
She says, I
Sorry.
am...
Can Loud D hear all this?
No, Loud E can't. You're the only one that can. You
Okay.
and
I'm
everybody
gonna,
else that you're sharing this with, by the way, at this point. She
I'm
says,
just
how
gonna,
may I
kinda-
help you, user 4?
I'm just gonna kind of cross my arms and put one hand like next to on my chin, kind of like resting it, and just kind of whisper,
Piece of
I
shit.
need to like broadcast this shit.
She says, oh, would you like to broadcast it to all the other rings?
Yes.
She says, very well then.
Not
Annoying.
all.
And then she begins to...
Look at echoes.
Yeah, she begins to broadcast it so everybody else's rings activate. Hello, 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 hello. You know, which I know sounds like a lot of hellos because the only people technically in the group right now who have rings are you, Quill, and Android. But you all do take notice that you hear several rings just besides your own say, hello, 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 I am Dot, you know.
Oh no! Oh no!
Son of a bitch.
She says, you guys are you are currently receiving a broadcast from Dot 4 right now. And then you guys can hear Loud D. Like, you guys hear Loud D just come through clear as day. And as he's talking, he's like, you put us in wars. 2 shogunates, 2 tribes even, can be warring with one another. And you don't, and they have nothing to do with us. And yet, because you have secret dealings with one of them, you will literally put us in that war, also you can profit off of the blood that is spilt there. And how do you afford all of it? How do you afford your war machine? You tax the people. That's the kind of shogun you are. You promised us that you would be a better shogun than the first, than the one that we had before you. At least with him, we had peace. We had prosperity. We could live and be who we wanted to be. Farming was up. Jobs were good. He wasn't taxing us to death. You, however, sir, have done nothing but hold us down and make it next to impossible to live by enforcing our government to put their hands into every part of our day-to-day lives, from the food that we eat to the wine that we drink. Everything makes sure that you become wealthy and we become poor. And then you have the audacity to blame the successful of our lands and pretend like it is them, those who have made themselves something, those who have made something out of nothing, and act as if it's their fault we're in such dire straits, when it has been you and your administration. No, you have done no good for us. Shin just says, oh, I hear none of this. You're the traitor. You're the traitor. And that's when Lao D says, perhaps I am treacherous because I had the nerve to question the Shogun. Perhaps I am. But what I've done I've done for the betterment of our people. And with that, he just waves a hand and walks away from Kara Shin as the guards shut the door on his cell. And he looks at you, Otis, and he says, Loudie looks at you and he says, sorry that you had to hear all of that.
Seemed pretty passionate about all that.
Says, well, you haven't been here the entire time, but
I mean,
since Kara Shin has become shogun, he has cost us quite a bit. He has lost more fights than he's won, more wars than he's won, and that's not because he's a fool. That's not because he doesn't have any kind of military mind. That was all on purpose. That was to weaken our position. And it's as I said before, he puts us in wars that we don't even have business being a part of. What difference does it make to us? But it's all because he's been doing double dealings. He doesn't believe in our shogun, in our shogunate. If he had his way, he would just merge with another one and live like an elite. I mean, our borders are barely protected because of him. No. He's not somebody I could ever get behind. I am just sorry you had to hear it. In such a way.
Well, at least he'll answer for his crimes in the trial, right?
Says, yes, of course, the trial.
Do I see or sense anything by that? Just that one phrase.
Do what?
Did I catch anything by that one phrase? Like,
you are welcome to roll a sense motive. You are allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
work with me.
Yeah. He doesn't sound convincing when he says that.
Otis is going to narrow his eyes like, there is going to be a trial, right?
Says that is not... He says, my job was simply to catch him. I'm not in charge of anything else.
Who is?
Says, well, whoever will be the new shogun, and Mazaru, of course. And he says, they do have council. They have lords and the whatnot who consider it polite suggestion, not so much advise, but their suggestions could be considered advisement. And from time to time, the shogun and the high shaman do take those suggestions and run with them. So it's all pretty bureaucratic at this point. But it is out of my hands at this point, Otis. Believe me, if it wasn't, some things would be going a little different. And when he says that, he looks over to where Nani is being held, and he just kind of sighs. But anyways, we should probably get going.
If you don't mind, I'd like to hang back and speak to the prisoners.
Says, well, it is a tad bit odd, I'll admit. But you that you're a part of the ones. You're a part of Android and his group, and Mazaru gave you guys all authority, so there's nothing I can say about it, but I advise you to tread lightly, Otis. I would tread extremely lightly and take everything you learn with a grain of salt.
Oh, another photo on that.
And then with that, he just kind of claps his hands together. He's like, well, all right. If you need anything, the guards are posted here, so they will assist you. And we will see you in the throne room. We're going to have to coronate a new shogun.
Did you see my roll?
No, I didn't.
I'm rolling another sense of motive on the take everything with a grain of salt. And to tread lightly. I feel like that was a threat.
It's a warning. And yeah, you passed that with the flying colors. You don't know if it's really him threatening you. It's not so much him threatening you. Like, you don't get that feeling like he's threatening you, but there is a warning there. You know, it's like he's trying to tell you, you know, be careful. You get the sense, you know, when you run it back in your mind, you realize, you know, he's telling you it's out of my hands at this point, and that you should tread lightly from here on out. And he turns and he leaves. No, I didn't see that roll, but yeah, you basically have been warned. You've been warned. It's not so much, you don't, like I said, you don't feel like he's threatening you on a personal level, like he's telling you, you know, but there is a warning there of a sort, and you can only imagine that it's somehow tied to what he was saying about everything is out of his hands now. So what would you like to do? Who do you want to talk to?
I'm gonna assume that the guards are still there.
Yeah, now you notice that these guards, these royal guards, they are dragoon as well, and they are heavily armored men. Very decorative. They are the royal guards, as it were. And they, you know, the dragoon are quite large people in general. They're not small, and something you notice about these particular royal guard too is that they do have wings. They are winged, and even their wings are armored. You know, these guys, but they're all completely stoic. You know, they remain so still that I almost dropped my hot pocket. Okay, anyways, they remain so still that they... I'm so sorry. I just got so sidetracked. I was like, oh, but no, they remain so still. Like they're
I'm big
so,
hungry.
Yeah, they're so stoic that, like, if you didn't know that they were alive, they would almost like be statues. You know, you could almost mistake them for statues. And they are like this brownish gold color, you know. They're not like the typical dragons that you've heard of old, you know, the old lore about them, how like you've got your red ones, your blue ones, your white ones. Something you'll notice about the dragoon is that they are multiple colors all at once, you know, like they are varying shades. And these particular ones are like a bronze, brownish gold color.
I guess Otis is going to first approach, not Nani Nani, but the other one. I forgot the name.
Karashin.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. And he's similar in color to these particular dragoon as well. Only Karajin, something you've noticed about him is that he is quite massive. Like, he is an imposing figure, and he's just sitting in his cell on a bench now. Arms resting on his knees, and he's just kind of hunched over, and his head is just kind of down, and you can see him just kind of searching through his mind for answers as to what the heck just even happened. Like, what in the nine hells, As you approach his cell, he kind of looks up at you. He's like, yeah? And what do you want?
Just trying to figure stuff out.
What is there to figure out? I've been bamboozled.
How so?
Says, well... Not that it matters or anything to you, because I'm pretty sure I know what my sentencing is gonna be anyways. I'll become an exile. They're gonna turn me away. I'll live in the wilderness till the ends of my days. Forgotten, alone, poor. Says, but I never intended for Mazaru to be executed. I didn't even know that there was an assassination, a plot against her. I just wanted to usurp her position, that is all. We don't really need a religious figurehead getting in the way of what else could be military might. I mean, all that religious dogma and all that, we don't need any of that. All that does is just hold the people down.
Well, that takes slight offense to that, but sure.
Says, oh, well, so sorry to offend you, little foreigner. You a part of that group that acted so uncouth at the banquet? I don't recall seeing you there.
Probably because I wasn't, and don't call me little.
Says, well, what is it that you want exactly?
Like I said, I'm just trying to figure stuff out.
Says, yes, well, if you really want answers, go to the pagoda. Speak with Yokai Izu. See if he can give you the answers you need.
With Yokai who?
Yokai Izu. If he's willing to speak with you, or even pretend like he has any idea of what is going on. But good luck. If I know him, that worm has already crawled back into his hole.
Well, I guess I better hurry along then.
So if you wish.
Before I go, I'm going to go over to 9090.
You kind of mosey on over there and...
What?
At this point, she's been untied and ungagged and everything, but you can see, like, glowing, like, circles etched into the wall around her. They look like runes, but they're slightly different. They're not so much runes as they are just these magic circles that have writing of some sort inside of them that are glowing. She says, "Why, hello there, little traveler." She's sitting like crisscrossed applesauce on the ground, and she's She's meditating and she doesn't open her eyes, but it's like she knows you are there as she says this to you.
Hello. Sorry about all that.
She says, I knew what I was getting into. She's like, I am impressed that you all chose a more peaceful resolution over fighting it out with me.
Oh, believe me, this is a first. Normally we kill them straight away. Like there was this one time that I burnt an ant thing to a crisp, and I drowned. I drowned another guy, which was freaking awesome, honestly.
She slowly opens her eyes and like looks at you and narrows them, and she says, quite indeed. However, you know that there's no guarantee that I would have been the one to fall today.
Oh, I'm well aware. This could have gone badly.
It could have. It says a lot about you that you found the way to resolve this without there having to be any further bloodshed. Says, I don't know. She kind of looks at you and she says, I don't know where you get it from, but there is a spiritual aura about you. She says, I don't need my ability to be able to tell me that. And she just kind of motions to the anti-magic, the anti-like circles around her, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I can still see auras even without that. And you have an interesting one.
Well, I mean, if you want to know, all I gotta do is ask. I ain't trying to hide it.
She says, I suppose it would be nice to learn something one more time.
Well, you were looking at the cleric of Obad High.
She says, Obad High. Cleric.
Obad High!
She's like, I'm not familiar with these things. Cleric and Obad High.
Let me tell you a little story about a kid.
about how my life got turned upside down.
What part are you not understanding exactly? Is it just the cleric thing, or what?
She's like, I don't know what an cleric or Obad High is. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is a first. How do
She says, you are a foreigner in these lands. Your ways are not our ways.
Well, to put it simply, I worship a deity and he gives me my abilities to do what I do.
She says, oh, the gods actually listen to you.
I don't know about listen, but yeah, sure.
She says, well, we don't have anybody who supposedly, I guess, in a way, a shaman like myself is similar to this cleric Obad High that you are. Or this cleric, I guess. You said Obad High is your god?
Yes, he is.
Yes, a shaman is a similar thing. We definitely get our abilities through spiritual means. We believe in the balance that Primus represents, and we use those forces we tap into those forces for our abilities. But
Otis is going to proceed to sit down and just kind of like lean forward, just listen like intently, like just extremely interested.
when you do that, she just kind of smiles, and it's a pleased smile, but there is a tint of sadness in her eyes, and she says, huh. Well, we are able to tap into these natural forces, these these positive and negative forces, as Primus is the god of balance, as it were. We're able to tap into this raw ability that he controls, but to say that I have a personal relationship with him, that he grants me those abilities directly, as you said your Obot High does, that is something completely alien to me. Have you spoken with this Obot High before?
Oh yes.
She says,
Once, twice, 3 times, maybe. I don't remember. Lost count.
Meanwhile,
I remember the time.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna also add Android and Uquill. You guys can hear this whole conversation going on.
Yeah, I never turned off the
Yeah, you guys are hearing every last bit of this. And I
Good.
just
I
imagine,
love
like, I imagine you two have looked at each other several times, like, what is
This
going
guy.
on?
First of all, Android, like, if Uquill is looking at Android, he is, like, visibly broke out in a cold sweat, and he's still stressing about the fact that the other dots are activated and also listening.
Yeah. No, Yuko would like catch on that and he'd just shake his head, just kind of do like the hands in the air, like, you know.
Yeah, Android
This
looks
motherfucker needs
nervous
a
as
leash.
Yeah, he's like, that one's on me for not explaining it to him. But like, you know, he has not said a word. He looks like a ghost. You know?
So,
Can't be good.
yeah. She says, to Otis, she says, none of us, none of the shamans, never has there been a one to speak with Primus directly. We just know that he's real because we can feel it. Our faith is something, the substance of things felt, not seen. But we know he has to be real because we are able to do what we are able to do. She's like, it's not like the Wujin abilities that we believe were granted to us through a much different deity who goes by the name of Toldoth. And when she says that, Otis, you are allowed to roll in fact, you are allowed to roll a knowledge of religion, to see if you recognize any of these gods she's mentioning.
Android sphincters for shock.
Yeah. Uquill and Android, you hear the name Toldoth, and both of you are instantly like, what?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, it don't get any better than that.
Can I say my religion's good?
Yeah, it is. Holy crap. So, Otis, well, the name Toldoth instantly sticks out to you like a sore thumb because you've heard the name before. You know that during the Formian crisis, when you guys were facing off against the Formians, you know that Toldoth was the god supposedly responsible for unleashing them into the prime material plane in the first place. You know, with Hobori and the Alpha and all that, you know, the one that you want to kill still. Mm-hmm. You know that he's responsible for that, but you also know him to be what is called a primordial. You know, he's not a god like Obot High is a god. You know, primordials are like ancient deities that have always been. Nobody created them. They have no beginning and they have no end to your understanding, you know? And so to hear that there's an actual like entire continent, not to mention an entire people who actually worship him, sort of sends a chill down your spine. You know? Because you know Toldoth is bad news.
May I interject real quick? At this time, can Android like speak up over a whisper to to Otis and be like, Otis, tell Dot to broadcast to me and you Quill only. He's just like shaky. He's like, Otis, will you please tell Dot to broadcast to me and you Quill only?
Otis is gonna look at the ring and be like, "Die."
Yes. Do.
Broadcast to Android and Uquil only.
Oh, why? Of course. Shutting down primary ring 0, primary ring 2, 3, and 5. And before they shut down, you hear you all 3 hear a voice say, "It's too late. I've got you."
No.
And then
No.
whoop.
There's no way. No. You're shitting me, right?
I'm not actually. This time I'm not. This time I'm not.
I feel like I fucked up.
No.
And the voice, the messed up thing is the voice is extremely familiar. You can't.
Yeah,
quite
can I
place it.
like? What can I roll? What can I roll to try and
You're gonna.
recognize it?
This one's gonna be tough. You're gonna have to roll another intelligence.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that Otis doesn't hear that.
Does it have a
Otis heard
distinct
it.
accent?
Oh, okay.
Otis
a
and
question.
Uquil heard it, and it was a familiar voice to all 3 of you. Like all 3 of you. So if anybody wants to roll an intelligence to see if they can pinpoint that voice, you're welcome to it.
Could I do a knowledge of history instead?
Here's a
Can I
meta
do a
question. Does
knowledge
it have a distinctive accent?
Here's a meta answer. Roll an intelligence and see if see what you can.
Fuck yeah.
I am going to roll 2, but I will say that the
Oh,
second Otis
thank
hears
you.
the "it's too late," he's going to say to 9090, "I gotta go, get up and take off to where everybody else is."
Oh no.
She says, "Oh," she goes, "Okay." She's like, "It was nice meeting you, Otis." Oh, you didn't tell her your name, did you? My bad. She says, "It was nice meeting you."
I would assume that she probably heard me say it to the other dude.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
No, she didn't. But she's like, it was nice. She didn't, but it's fine. She's like, "It was nice meeting you. Maybe in some other plane in another life, we'll get to continue this."
Let's go scream back. "My name's Otis, by the way."
She says, "Nani, Nani, I love you." No.
Big fan! Look at this.
She's like, "Let me lick your face." No,
Oh, gross.
Whoa!
she's like, "I just."
Yeah.
She's like, "I just want to put holiday clothing on you," and no,
Yes!
I
Yes!
blood.
she goes, "A little sombrero." No, no, but you go taking off. Okay, so Andra, you are the only one who passed that. Who like, Otis is too, worried. He just gets up and he's like, "Oh crap, I gotta go back," and he starts running towards everybody. Uquil's like, "Huh."
Yuko understands that he should know that voice, but he's like, wait, who has the control ring?
Yeah, who's got the primary ring? Yes, primary ring 0.
Private
Yes.
Dot, you lying sack of shit.
Yeah. Android, you recognize that. You like search your mind. You're like, "No way," and you get to search in your mind, and you notice that it has a very unique, distinct accent, and you get to listening to it, and you play it over and over again in your mind, and he's like, "Too late. I've got you. I've got you. Too late. I've got you." And as the words begin to meld into your head, you you think back in your memory and you remember, yes, it's like a flashback in your mind. You're standing at this banquet with everybody but Mindoc, who stayed behind that night to rest and re-energize his magic. And while you were at this banquet, you were approached by a man who was like, yes, as a gift, I would like to present you all with these rings. They are rings of communication that will allow you all to be able to speak with one another at a distance and everything. And you hear that voice and you recognize that voice and you remember it to be none other than Edgar Poe.
Oh, I'm so frightened. I'm so frightened. Oh no.
What have I
Who
done?
was a part of the Council of Balance. He was the representative of Twilight, as it were.
That son of a bitch.
He was the traitor of the council. He was
He
the he killed Anvil Steel. He was the thrall of Toldoth. He was the stranger in disguise who killed Coralon Lorethian. He was there when Eli Cunning had the Thanafix staff, and he was the one that caused it to explode on everybody, supposedly killing him and Eli Cunning all in one go when you all vanished for that 5 years. And you realize that's him. And then you think back and you realize, wait a minute, that voice, it's so raspy now. And you think back to that time that you guys were underground and you fought the Formian Queen, the undead Formian Queen's risen corpse. When you all were trying to chase down Draken Magus and he ended up helping you guys. And
Right.
you all came across that orb of negative energy and that wraith appeared before you all and he said, we meet again. Just before he sent down some weird creature that cut off Draken Magus's head. And then he collapsed the whole structure on top of your head. So you realize Edgar Poe, that wraith, the stranger, this voice. Edgar Poe is alive?
Oh no.
I know who this Edgar Poe was.
No. Zoltan and neither Zoltan nor Agaragis would, but you, Quill, and Otis certainly would because that dude.
Well, Agaricus and Zoltan don't even have rings.
No.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Uquil's just looking at his ring like, Dot?
Ding, ding, ding. Hello. I am Dot 2. How may I help
Where-
you?
What is Android, or what is the control ring?
Primary dot?
Yes.
That is primary dot 0. Yes?
Uh-huh. Who is in possession of that ring?
The primary user.
I hate my life.
I've walked through this before. She'll just talk
Yeah.
in circles.
Yeah. He's like, okay.
She says there are 5 rings. 0 through 4, to be exact.
We have
You are
three.
in possession of dot 2. I am dot 2.
Uh-huh.
Android has,
Dot 3.
Otis has,
Dot 4.
that leaves Tyrone with 5. Or
No.
1.
Oh, no,
Uh,
there's more than 5. There's
and-
6 to be exact.
Yeah, Android interjects and he's like, actually, Dot 3 told me that Tyrone relinquished his ring. I think to Mindoc, but you know, he kind of clicks his tongue against his teeth.
So we don't.
You
know
can
who
you can
has-
access an archive of recorded messages through Dot.
So we have 3 rings unaccounted for.
There is dots
Yes.
2, 3, and 4. that are currently within range of one another. Except primary user, whose range is heightened.
So we heard from primary user, just
Primary user, yes, they have locked on locations of all other rings.
How far away is primary user?
Primary user, their distance. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That is classified. Must have proper access to give information.
Uquil looks at Android. Who has that ring?
Android kind of, shudders a little bit, and he's like, he kind of, looks at his ring for a second. He's like, well, it's just me, you, and Otis so far as I know, but I don't know how much of this gets recorded, but I think it's Edgar. I think it's Edgar Poe.
Naughty?
So it sounded like.
That.
Again, there's an archive of recorded messages that you can access, but I don't know how much is barred from us exactly. And you can extend the range of Dot to send messages across, I guess you know that. You sent one to Tyrone, huh?
Yeah, I initially thought he had one, but I haven't checked since. We need to delve into this at some point. That's not good.
No, that's very bad. That's
So
very
bad.
Dot says,
Like even Uquil's like, you can tell that Uquil, he's not necessarily shaken, but you can tell this is definitely got his everything that we were just dealing with has
feels like
slowly.
it's back burner now. Now I feel like I
It's
don't
like,
give a fuck what happens to Call Rush.
Dot interjects and she says, as far as records of the rings and their bearers, one ring, Dot 5, I believe, has changed hands at least once.
That would be Tyrone then.
Yeah, I listened to a message. I forget the details, but I listened to a message about that, and I seem to remember thinking that he gave it to MindDoc, but I can't remember why.
This is all fuck.
She
Has
says,
Otis
would
made
you...
it back to them yet?
Okay, so, just out of curiosity, at this point in time, like, Agaragis and Zoltan, you guys are right there. Like, you are listening to this whole conversation take place between Android and Uquil talking about their rings. I'm just curious, what is going through the minds of, like, say, Agaragis, who I feel like I have to keep active right now or they're gonna fall asleep. So, I know you are. But what is going through Agaragus's mind listening to this conversation right now? What is going through Agaragus's mind through this whole thing as it is right now, anyways?
He's kind of tripped out because he's realizing that there's a lot more going on than he knows what to do with, because he's like, I don't know this person, they know this person, I don't know what to do. So he's kind of like kicking the dirt a little bit, kind of settling in, listening, but he's also very hesitant to say anything.
How about with Zoltan? Does Zoltan have any thoughts about any of this?
I want a ring, and who the fuck is this person?
So I'm gonna believe that's what Zoltan says to you guys. Like, he just jumps in on the conversation and he says that and asks that question.
Uquil just like literally puts his hand out, like the finger out. He's like, we'll get to that. Yuko looks like at Android with the most serious face he's had in years. He's like, we need to finish this here, and we need to go now. There's no more time for subtlety, I guess. Like, we need to resolve this, because that, if that's who you think that is, and they know where we are, we're bringing a lot of trouble, not only here, but just towards us quickly.
It's about this time that Dot chimes in again and goes, would you like me to replay the records of the rings and the transfers?
Yeah, please. Just well.
Just like, recorded message. There is some damage because of the distance in the relay, but I do have this much. And then you guys hear static going on in your heads. And you hear what sounds like a door being slammed open. Didn't think I'd find you, did you? You had this coming to you. And then you hear another voice say, please, you don't understand. End of message. And both voices sound faintly familiar as well, but there's a lot of static and damage behind the recording. She says, second message, ring transfer. And Android, you are currently with Solar at this point, mind you. He's like sitting on your shoulder as you listen to this conversation, but you hear a voice that is unmistakably Yoshi Larethian as you hear another voice. She says, oh,
right.
You've come. And you hear another voice that is unmistakably Solar's as he says, all things have to happen in due time. You know what his plan is. She says, yes, I suppose I do. Says, do I give this to you then? Yeah, I'm to take it to him. She says, very well. And you hear the voice in the ring now say that is Solar's. Deactivate primary user. You can't deactivate me. You don't have that authority. No, but I have been given all authority. You're no longer going to be able to listen to this ring and what goes on this ring. No! How can you? I don't believe it! Well, believe it, bitch.
Nice.
End of message. And when you listen to that message,
yeah.
like you can't both you, Quill, and Android both can't help but kind of give a side eye to Solar, who's just riding along on Android's shoulder now, just looking straight ahead, just looking. But you do catch what seems to be a side-eyed come from him, because he's been listening to your guys' conversation this entire time.
Yeah.
He gives you guys a side
My eye just starts twitching, man, because I forgot about that one. I just twitching, man. I'm about to start tweaking.
He gives you
Android
guys
looks like he's about to go fucking bananas.
he gives you guys a side eye, and then when he realizes you're giving him the side eye, he quickly looks ahead again, like, "Oh shoot, they caught me!" And then he goes. It's about this time you all make it into the throne room, and
Android, we're gonna have cook bird.
Mazaru approaches, and all the nobles and ladies are there. Every last one of them are all gathered around. Dragoon of different kinds are all there. And Mazaru approaches the throne and steps up the dais, the stairway, which is the throne itself sits on a structure similar to what her bed is like. It's like a pyramid made of stairs that is built into the far wall, like the backside of it is. And up on top of it, it mesas or plateaus to a throne. And we're talking like a lot of stairs here. We're talking like 17 stairs in total. And she approaches all the way up every single one of them, and she says, she turns and says, now is the time for a new coronation. Our former shogun, Kara Jin, has been found guilty of treachery. And so now we must choose a new shogun. And as she's saying that, all of a sudden the doors slam open and there's Otis just breathing heavily. And it's not just like a regular like opening. I mean, he slams them open. Like you're talking about like a large room made out of marble with like pillars and carved out windows that are like, you know, full-bodied size archways, you know what I'm saying? So it's a very open room, and when he freaking slams those doors open, it just and echoes throughout the entire hall, and everybody just awkwardly turns and looks at Otis as he's standing there having slapped both doors open, just breathing heavily as he ran the entire way. And everybody's just staring at you, Otis. And then Mazaru just kind of clears her throat. And she just stops and looks at you, Otis, for a minute, just like completely baffled. And then she goes back. Now is the time. Now is the time. And she starts trying to draw everybody's attention back to her. Now is the time that we must appoint a new shogun amongst our people. There is but one who we have found worthy amongst us, who has the valor and dignity to be a part of us.
You will.
Do you say that?
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
She says, if there are any suggestions, actually, that's funny you should say that, because that's what, that's what she's getting at, right? Well, she's not saying you, Quill, necessarily, but what I'm getting at is she's saying, who among you do you think is worthy to take up the mantle? Speak the name now, or forever hold your peace. She says, if no one will speak, then I...
Let me think about this very carefully for a second, just as the player, because I'm thinking about doing something unprecedented and just being like, Paul Roshan. But I also don't know if I have the brain capacity to really break that down now, because I am like fucking reeling. Okay, let me think. Well, I don't really have much evidence. All of it's circumstantial. Could I really build a case?
Well, did you interrupt her? Did you interrupt her like, and now you're just kind of sitting there quietly?
I guess I, the player, am interrupting you, the DM.
Oh, just making sure that this wasn't an in-game thing.
Yeah, I'm trying
because
really hard.
Everybody would be looking at you right now like, this guy for real?
Yeah. Let me think. Maybe I just let it ride and try to make it right with Kyle Roshan afterwards. I know that it's not gonna make it right, but if I can make sure he's not poor. Money solves all problems.
So, she looks and she says, if no one has any suggestions, then I shall appoint the one that I think worthy. Hizaki Koba. And when she says that name, you guys watch as a green scaled with the black shadow, you know, and the slightly charcoal coloring dragoon steps forward. He's got mighty wings and like a nice headdress of horns on his head, and he's not as massive as Kara Shin, but he is fit and he is tall and he looks pretty noble, you know. You guys are allowed to roll a sense motive to see if you can read his face at all, to see you know, if you can pick up his character or whatnot.
Pick up what he's putting down.
Okay.
Yeah. Just if you feel like you want to do that, you may.
Ew.
We'll go green for green.
What'd you get there?
I sense that there's somebody walking.
17.
17?
Off a 6 modifier, that's not horrid, but it's not great. All of 11.
Okay. Agargus, do you want to roll anything? Do you want to roll a sense motive to see if you can pick up on to see if you can tell this man's character from just, you know, a glance at him?
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Yeah. Whoop, that was 1 second. Moving along now. No, I'm just kidding.
On to the next thing.
People who listen to this are probably like, he picks on her too much.
Not enough.
She's got a sense of humor, folks.
No, she doesn't. Nobody's talking about butt sex. There's no sense of humor for her right now.
Dude, seriously.
Whoa.
It's getting that late in the recording.
Yeah. Well, okay, so
The
Otis,
monetization part is past.
Otis, you are just completely exhausted from that run, and like
I
you're
sense
just
that I'm in a building.
yeah, you're just like yeah, sure, that guy, yeah, whatever. You know, you're still catching your breath, like. In fact, you're just kind of like so stuck on what it was you were thinking about that you like walk over to them and you guys are like,
I just throw up right there where I am.
people are just kind of looking at you, and Mazaru is doing her best to just like move past it like they are foreigners. They are foreigners. One of them won the Jingzhou. Let's just let them have
And we
this.
all just look shook for some fucking reason.
Yeah,
like you know, like we look like we've checked out.
Yeah. But I will say the rest of you, you Quill included, the rest of you, just from the first glance of looking at this guy, he seems noble and he seems young. And when I mean noble, I don't mean like he's one of those pompous noblemen. I mean, he just has an air of like, of bravery about him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's young. He looks younger than Kara Jin or any of, you know what I'm saying? And there is a air of hope about him, like almost like he has an idealistic viewpoint of things, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't have the
He's not jaded.
yeah, exactly. As he steps forward and he says, when Mazaru calls him forth, and he just like he bows very deeply and he says, "Oh, hi, shaman. Are you sure?" She says, "Amongst all of our veteran warriors, I have found none who has shown as much valor and courage in defending their homeland, who has as much love for their shogunate in their heart as you, Izaki. Rise, and if there are no objections, then I appoint you the new shogun." And she says, "If the ancestors..."
Muted.
Am I muted?
No, the boy, I can hear him in the
Oh.
My fault. I forgot I muted myself. No,
Yeah.
I asked if I could take out my glass and examine the room for more regions.
Oh, you may. You sure may.
Alrighty.
You start examining and you look upon Mazaru and you see a uncontrollable force of Wujin energy coming off of her.
Chat. We got
Psych, psych.
Oh,
And
you said chat. Chat.
Yeah, he was gonna be like, "All right, this." Yeah, everybody was about to be like, "What is going on
Oh,
right now?"
We were about to be like, oh, we can't ignore this, can we?
No, but a funny thing you do notice, though, Otis, or not Otis, but Zoltan, is that as you're looking around the room, you don't really see energy coming off of people in general. But something you notice is that, like in pockets or on rings or certain trinkets, like medallions or something, on most of these nobles and ladies, these lords and ladies, there is slight Wujin energy coming off of all of them. As if everyone kind of secretly dabbles a little bit in the dark arts. You know? As if all of them do. You've noticed that they're all kind of corrupt. Sort of. There may be a few here and there that do not have any kind of Wujin magic coming off of them at all. But a good portion of them do.
Ooh, Jin, running from a man.
Nice.
Sorry, had to.
Nah, it's good. It's good. But as far as them being Wujins themselves, no, you don't really see another Wujin per se, but you're picking up on a lot of Wujin energy, for sure. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you realize there's a lot of these people just dabble in it, don't they? They're just kind of, exhibition, you know what I mean? It's like going to a nuts and bolts party, you know? These people just kind of, you know?
A bunch of fucking fakers we have here. I'm saying that to the party quietly.
This new guy, Hizaki, Kuba, he has no Wujin magic coming off of him whatsoever.
That's
And
good.
And
That's
neither
good.
does Mazaru.
OG and OG.
Good. Good.
And she says, if the ancestors will it, then it shall be so. And she goes, we will know soon enough. But Hizaki, you are the one I choose.
Pokemon.
And everybody just gets kind of quiet for a long minute. And everybody's just like, and it takes, let me put it to you like this. Everybody becomes so deathly quiet and it hangs in the air for so long that the rest of you don't really know what's actually going on now. And you're wondering why everything has gotten so quiet. Other than Otis, who every once in a while just kind of lurches again. And everybody just kind of looks at him like, what the man? You know?
Started like clapping while he's still leaned over.
Yeah, I see Otis too being like the one to break the silence in a sense where he's like, you guys hear what the ring was saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah, no shit.
Like just completely changing the subject altogether.
I want to tell you what the hell's going on.
I see Agaragis being the one to be like, what did the ring say? No, I didn't. What did the ring say?
No, yeah. What
And
did
actually
it
being
say?
the one to strike up the conversation while everybody else is kind of looking at him like, maybe now is not the time. Agaragis actually like inquires like, no, what did the ring say? And Otis is like, oh, well, you should have heard it.
Agaricus is like, let him cook.
Who's on this?
Just
I
because
want to know.
if it could
I'm
be the most
curious.
inappropriate thing to do at the time, you better know that Otis and Agaragis both are the ones that are going to perpetuate it.
Right.
They are gonna feed each other's like, ADD completely. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is great. Now, what about the ring?
Yeah, so Otis begins to explain this to Agaragis, what is actually going on. And, like, he's just, he's telling that to Agaragis. And, like, Otis has some frame of mind about it. Like, correct me if I'm not wrong. Otis would be completely aware that, he's not supposed to be being loud. So he would be whispering. But his form of whispering is still, like, so... Yeah.
It's like, so here's what happened.
Does
Hand over the mouth and everything, like trying, but just like failing.
So does Otis tell Agaragis about his conversation with Kaja Rin and Nani Nani?
I think we're gonna save that for later.
Okay. Okay, so Agaragis, he tells you this whole thing about the rings. What does Agaragis say? No, I gotta play this out now.
We're too invested.
Yeah. What would Agaragis have to say to all that? Like, now Agaragis just hears this whole thing about these rings and all this and about some mysterious person, like, watching over them.
Will he watch me if I put on the ring?
Otis just kind of look at her and just like, probably.
Uquil is visibly annoyed and shaking his head like, oh, Jesus, no.
You don't need a ring. Android just shakes his head. He
want to test the theory out here? Put on my ring.
Immediately. He's like, no, you don't need one.
Oh, man. So Otis goes, you want to test this theory out? Here, and goes to hand Agaragis the ring.
I need that.
Oh.
Zoltan is laughing his ass off at the moment.
Did Agaragis go, ooh, in response to that? Did I hear that right? Oh, nice. So Agaragis puts on the ring.
No. Hold on. Before that even happens, Android kind of like, he looks visibly frustrated, right? And he turns around and like stoops down to both of their sizes. And he's like, I don't know why I'm having to explain this to you right now, but now is not the time for this. We are being incredibly rude to these people. This is a very important ceremony. Please behave. Please, for the love of Lorethian, behave.
Yeah, that's why I'm just gonna look around and realize what's actually happening. Like, oh shit, sorry.
Agaricus is like, I'm being rude? I'm not allowed to have a ring.
We can discuss it later. Please. They will come after us. We are in their land. That we are being incredibly rude to them. Please, please save it. We can discuss all of this later. And he's trying his best to like keep a hushed tone, That he's like reprimanding them, and then he turns back to everyone and just bows. Just bows.
Somewhere from out in the crowd, you hear a visible. And when you search it through, you can just see Lao D over there trying his hardest to keep his composure. Like, he's just... It's the shellfish. It's the shellfish.
He said it's a shellfish. You're stupid.
Oh, it's so great. I love this.
Yeah. Uquil didn't even pop an aura, but he has an aura right now. He's like, oh, Jesus, Lord, no.
Yeah, it's like, oh, man.
For the first time ever, he's ashamed.
It's
Before
like
this...
morbid embarrassment.
Before this has any more chance to escalate, out of nowhere, everything is just cut off by the sound of the ancestors calling out through across the land. like all in unison, that causes everybody to just freeze. Like all of what was going on just seems to like melt away for a second. Like everybody forgets what is, you know, what their previous thoughts were as these 4 dragons shout in unison across the land, and it echoes for a minute. And then Mazaru, Agargus what?
He's kind of over there by Android, and he's just kind of like fondling in his pockets.
Trying to find
Well, he's rolling. He's wearing his ring, but go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand. I mean, we're gonna play that one out. We're gonna play that one out. It'll be near your sense motive. Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand.
So bad.
This is brilliant.
No, not my clamshell. Oh, fuck.
So you don't find the ring, but you do find the clamshell he was talking into, and you're just like, oh, interesting. And you just kind of open it up, and as you open it up, it begins to like the glass begins to shine for a minute, and it just boom, and then this picture of Sebastian shows up on it, and Sebastian, as loud as you like, goes, hello? What? You know, like, it's the funniest thing because, like, he's sitting there with, like, no shirt on. He's wearing, like, a pair of Speedos. And, like, for a minute there, he's like sitting there, and you see him shove somebody out of the way. He's like, get out of the way. He's like, hello? He goes, Agargus? And he's loud, like it's echoing throughout the deal. He's like, Agargus? Where's Android? What is going on?
You're so lucky. You're so lucky.
When he shoves that person out of the way, he does that, and you hear them like hit off of the bed. Just when you hear this dude, he's just like, "Oh, what the crap, Sebastian!" And Sebastian's like, "Shut your mouth." He's like, excuse me, Agargus? What do you want? Where's Android? What is going on?
Otis is like nearby, right?
Yeah.
Like just right beside him. Otis is over there trying to look to you like, what's that?
What this thing do?
You will.
Android turns around, fucking stiff arms Agaricus, and just snaps it closed. Like, you know, like just snaps it closed and shoves it in his pocket. He's not, no, no.
Agaricus is gonna shove it in his mouth.
No.
You will punt Agaricus.
You know what? I'd rather that Agaricus shove it in the mouth.
Uquil is punting Agaricus.
Out a window. This could not
Maza,
get any worse.
like everybody is just kind of like looking now and mumbling and stuff, and Mazaru is doing her best. She's like, if I may, the ancestors have spoken. They accept Hizaki Kuba as the new shogun. And everybody grows quiet again. She says, ugh. She kind of regains her composure. She says, Hizaki Kuba is our new shogun. I expect everyone to treat him with the dignity and respect that he deserves.
Agaricus is the new shogun.
Yeah, Agaricus goes to say that, and as they do, the clamshell falls out of their mouth and just hits the ground and pops back open.
Android just fucking faints.
The light shines in the mirror again, and like Otis, because you were so close, you could see it now, and you could see freaking Sebastian in this dude. Let me describe this dude. He's a clean-cut looking human.
Nah, I'm not gonna give it a chance. The second it opens, I would just go and grab it, close it again. Like, yeah, I think we've caused enough trouble right now. I think we need to really stop.
You go to slap it shut, but before you do, you just can hear him arguing. He's like, "Well, I'm sorry, Kevin, but I was getting a call and there was just not enough clap." You just shut it.
Nah. Android is painted. That's it. Android's just done. He's clapped. He's just fucking on the floor. He's clapped. It was too much. The weight of it all is just too much for him.
Fortunately, about this time, like, people have become a little louder now as the like different lords and ladies are approaching Hizaki and giving them like showing them their fealty by bowing, and you know, some of them are telling him, if you need anything, you know, let me know, and you know, any advice and yada yada yada, as Mazaru stands behind him just stoically watching everyone with a critical eye. Every once in a while she looks over at your guys' group and raises a single eyebrow, but despite herself she kind of half smiles like, freaking foreigners. and you know,
Can Agaricus kind of notice that and like turn towards her and be like, "Do you have a ring?"
yeah, I mean, yeah, Agaricus can do. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. So Agaricus yells over at Mazaru, "Do you have a ring?" And Mazaru just kind of stiffens up a little bit and then shows her like a hand, one single hand that's got several rings on it. And she just kind of nods yes.
Okay, Agaricus is gonna try to walk over there to her and just like place his entire mouth upon her.
Oh no! Otis is gonna grab Agaricus.
Before
No.
Agaricus moves, Uquill looks at Agaricus and goes, "If you breathe again, I will kill you." An intimidate of 45. He means every word of it.
Agaricus, despite yourself, you just kind of slink back behind the android's leg, like, oh no, never mind.
Android is just barely composing himself. He's not even aware of what's going on at this point.
Eventually,
like,
eventually Mazaru brings Hizaki Kuba over to the group, and she's like, you know, and she motions to Uquill with a bow, and she says, "Hizaki, I'd like to introduce you to the winner and representative of the Dragoon of the Jingzhou." And
Quill is visibly angered and distraught, and he bows and he's like, "Forgive my party's insufferable moments."
Hizaki bows with a kind of a laugh, and he goes, That's okay. That's okay. You guys are not from our land, so I completely understand. I'm actually impressed that you all could cause such a commotion, and the ancestors would still give their blessing upon me. So you all must be favored in a way that I don't understand. And you could tell by the way he's talking, he's a young man. I mean, he's like young, like you're young. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
It doesn't feel like you're talking to like some kind of like ancient king or blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like you're talking to like one of the boys right now.
Yeah.
And he goes, "So Uquill, I actually watched you in the Jingzhou. Very impressive. Very impressive. I watched how you took on the Zay Mei of the Golden Lotus Monastery. She's quite a challenge." He looks over at you, Android, and he goes, "Yes, you were quite naked for that first bout. That was
Yuko just kind of chuckles. He's like, yeah.
That was unfortunate. I had my niece with me at that time, but that, I mean, you know.
What happened was
Probably should have let him near any like children's schools.
Quill backhands Android in the gut.
He also did create a very entertaining sport while we were here. Pretty nice.
I like to imagine that you Quill's backhand like just slings Android to the floor, like just swats him to the fucking floor, and he gets up and dusts himself off, and he's like, based. Fair enough.
Yeah, Yuke was like, it was a spur of the moment decision that he looks at Android and he's like, upon reflection, not my brightest moment. It did, however, work as intended. It was a shock to my opponent as much as the crowd. So,
You Quill, what did we talk about leaving your armor unattended?
shut up!
He says, "Well, regardless, it still was quite an impressive showing. No pun intended there. In both bouts, I enjoyed it immensely. I even won a couple a couple win from it. So, you know,
That's all good.
not
That's always
bad.
good.
Yeah, not bad at all."
Sure.
And Mazaru then motions to Android and Zoltan, Agaragis, and Otis, and she says, "And these are the detectives who foiled the assassination attempt on my life." And he looks at you all and he goes, "Oh," and he bows deeply and he says, "Thank you so much for saving Mazaru. She's always been like a mother to me, and if we had lost her, I don't know what kind of condition our lands would be in. You guys are heroes. Heroes, I tell you."
Android just
Sorry,
kind
I'd
of.
bow back.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it just says, "I'm sorry, I'd bow back, but I really don't want to risk breaking my nose."
Oh my gosh, there is two of them. He just, when you say that, he just kind of nods. He's like, "That's fine. That's fine. You're fine just the way you are, sir."
Zoltan bows back.
He bows to you, Zoltan. Says, oh, you're one of them from the underworld, aren't you?"
Yes.
He goes, we ran down a few of those not too long ago, who were entering our lands and trying to raid or have some kind of dealings or something. Nasty business that was. Yeah, we took their heads, and he realizes what he's saying to you as he says it, and he just kind of stops, just kind of trails off, and he goes, "But I am so glad that you are in our lands, and I hope that we have been more than accommodating to you and yours." And he,
Nah, we'd have done it too.
It's my kind as well. We're not the best kind.
What you mean?
he like bows, and he hears you say that, Android, and he bows and he says, "And you must be Android, correct?"
Android just kind of clears his throat a little uncomfortable and bows. He's like, "Yes, that's correct."
Good friend of mine, Lao D, has said nothing but good things about you.
I'm sure he has.
And he looks down at you, Agaragis, and he goes, "And..." He just stops for a minute. "And
Garrett
who
says,
might
"And
you
I've
be?"
heard good things about me.
He says, it talks. "You are probably the most impressive thing that I have seen in a long time. And I don't really understand that. I don't really understand my feelings right now. And he looks over at Mazaru and she just kind of shrugs and he goes, welcome to these lands, noble creature. I hope that we have been accommodating to you and yours.
He just nods. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She wasn't sure if like I had the push to talk button down. She was like, "Oh wait, hold on."
Oh, yeah.
I was like, "Oh no, I got it." Yeah.
He says, well, welcome. Will you and yours be staying long then? He looks and he says, certainly the honored chosen of the Jingzhou. He looks at you, Quill, will be wanting to stick around for a few days and bask in the ambience of their victory. You know that even though this was technically the last day of the Jingzhou, usually everybody doesn't clear out of here for like at least another almost month. You know, it takes a while for such a festival to wind down. So we do our best to honor the rules until then. You know, we try to give everybody ample time to leave before we start punishing people for not being where they shouldn't be.
Cool just kind of looks at Android. He's like, we had planned on staying long enough, but we have some things that may or may not have come up that we need to maybe address quicker than we anticipated. We'll probably be staying at least for, he looks at Android, 2 more days. Maybe.
Android's like, long enough to tie up some loose ends, and then we'll be out of here. I don't expect to be here the whole month. Maybe a week max.
Mazaru steps forward and goes, my sons Yin and Yang still haven't returned from their reconnaissance on that matter you were asking me about with Fang Titan. And the and the elements that you were questioning me about in the Dragon Scale Mountains. As soon as they're back, you'll know more about that, at least.
Yeah, that's mostly what we're waiting on at this point, I think. Yeah, some matters have come up that we need to attend to, so we really need to make some haste. Cordially, of course. You know, he kind of bows. I don't mean to come across as rude.
She says, of course not. They will be back soon enough. I promise you that. It is... The Dragon Scale Mountains can be a bit treacherous this time of year.
Yeah.
Yes. And she kind of looks outside and she goes, and the weather seems to be changing almost a little earlier than normal. Pretty soon the rains are going to come, and that's just odd.
Pulls out his collar.
Yeah. 2 questions then, not to kind of bring this joyous moment down. Again, some things are still unnerving me, now added by things that really unnerve me.
Go on.
I'm trying to think how he would ask it, like, not as rudely as possible. When would Nani Nani be executed?
When you say that, they just kind of both stiffen up a little bit, and they go, well? And Hizaki goes, you know, it will be my first act as Shogun, carrying out her sentencing, her and the former Shogun, Kasha Rin. He says, I... And he kind of stammers for a minute. When he stammers, Mazaru steps forward and she says, her execution will probably be held out tomorrow at the latest. There's not much that needs to be said or done about her. She did what she did, and so there's not much else to be done.
Yuko's like, on that point, he looks at Otis, he's like, and then he looks at Android. She mentioned some things that may or may not have opened more doors and questions for our party inadvertently. So I'd actually like to speak with her about some things she may or may not know, and as well as you, based off of what we get from her. More worldly things, I guess you would say, and how they intertwine.
When you said that, Hizaki goes, well, I thought the investigation was done, and he like looks over at a crowd and he's like, Loudy! And Loudy's like over there speaking with some people, and he looks over and Hizaki motions for him to come, and he comes walking up. He's like, I was under the impression that the investigation was done, and Loudy's like, it is, my lord. He says, clearly not to your companions here. They seem to have other questions for Nani and others. Do you care to explain? And Loudy at this point looks at all of you.
Yuko just kind of lightly bows, and he's like, it's not so much that we don't think you found out what you needed to find out for here. It's just a couple things that have been brought to our attention that may push further than just here.
Yeah, our interests are kind of secondary to what's gone on in this investigation. She just mentioned something to Otis that will assist us in other matters.
Yes.
When we return home.
Loudy just bows to Hizaki and goes, this is the first I'm hearing of this, my lord. And
it was due to the loud interruption of our newest arrival to these lands for y'all. He was kind enough to bring this information to us, and of course during the coronation, unfortunately, is when we first learned of it.
Hizaki looks to Mazaru, and Mazaru just looks at him like, you're the shogun. And he looks to Loudy, and he looks at you all, and says, well, far be it from me to deny the honored chosen of the Jingzhou and saviors of Mazaru. You are welcome to question her about anything that you need to before you can't. I knew Nani. I grew up in her village. She was always good to me and the other children. Excuse me, he says, and bows and kind of walks off briskly. Mazaru just smiles and says, good luck on whatever it is that you find. And she just kind of smiles, and as she looks at you all, her gaze is almost knowingly again. She says, I hope that whatever you find is fruitful for you. And her and Loudy go to leave, but Loudy looks over at you one more time, Otis, and says, be careful. He goes walking off as well.
Yeah.
Some dirty business up in here.
Just a wee little bit.
Now, at this time, does Otis choose to tell the group what? Not just because they heard Nani Nani. They also heard Kara Shin, but does Otis choose to harp on what Kara Shin told him about the pagoda and talking
Yes,
to?
I am. I was actually going to say, do some of us want to go down and speak with Nani Nani, and would someone like to accompany me to pagoda to look for Yokai Izu?
You, Quill, you want to go talk to Nani Nani? I'll go with Otis.
Sure.
Cool.
Where does Zoltan and Agaragis want to go? What are they thinking? Who were they going with?
I'm gonna go with Uquill.
Uquill? Okay, so Uquill's gonna go talk to Nani Nani. What about Agaragis?
Can I actually go into my pocket dimension?
Sure. You sure can. Oh, I want to preface this with all of you that you guys just watch as Agaragis reaches inside their body and pulls out a key that looks kind of like a mushroom and poke it into like reality itself and open up a door and then step into that door. And what you all can see inside that door looks like a cabin or something, but you can see like an alchemy set sitting on a table on the far side of the wall of the door as they step in. And then just, well, does Agaragis say anything to anybody as they do this?
No.
No, no, of course not. So Agaragis just walks in there and then just shuts the door, just right down on
Otis sees that. He's like, wait, whoa, wait, what?
What the fuck?
Want to see a magic trick?
Android's like, kind of stands there for a second looking at the spot, and he's like, well,
Control your
I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, stay here. We'll come back for you.
I highly doubt it.
Stay.
But, you know, you try.
Well, Agaragis actually can hear
I tried.
all of it. Yeah, Agaragis
Oh.
actually can hear all of it. You don't know that, so
I
there's
mean,
nothing
Yeah,
wrong
I don't
with your
know that.
statement.
I'm
Yeah.
just talking at the air.
Yeah.
I'm just like, stay. And then he looks at everyone else and he's like, I tried, right? I tried.
Oh, I didn't check, but is Blinker still with me?
Get a leash for it. Get a leash for it.
Yeah, like what the crap just happened here?
Like one of those toddler harnesses.
Yes.
No joke.
Yeah, like
In real life,
in real-
people have always told me that
What?
I needed like a leash.
well, kinky, but
No.
but
Chill.
yeah,
Yo,
chill. Shame. Lettuce.
All the shame.
Cabbage.
Cabbage.
But yeah, Agaragis, you hear everything Android says because again, it's just like you're like inside this little cabin and you can see them through the windows and everything, and you can just see all of them standing there like, what the crap? And then Android say that through the window, and you know, you hear it. You hear what he says. He tells you to stay put and they'll be back. You know what I mean?
He gives a thumbs up, but he knows he can't see him, but he's like, oh.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Garrus just gives a thumbs up. Okay, so you, Quill, and Zoltan are going where?
Talk to Nanny.
Okay, so Zoltan and you, Quill, are going to talk to Nani Nani. Android and Otis are going to the pagoda, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
I forgot to check. Is Blinker still with me? Is he
Yeah,
still following me around?
Blinker's been with you this
Okay.
entire time. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pet him again and then dismiss him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Blinker just goes back into the monster manual and becomes a medallion on the book again. Just like, yeah. And I imagine like the book itself has like a clasp to help it keep it shut, but it's got like a chain too to like hook to your belt, so it just like kind of rides alongside you. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And that's just pretty much where you put it. You just hook it back to you, and it just swings. You know. As okay, so do any of you, just out of curiosity, Otis and Android, do you guys even know what the pagoda is?
No, Otis was actually going to turn
No.
to Android and be like, hey, you know what the pagoda is? You've been here longer than I have.
Android just kind of stops and slowly turns to Otis, and he's like, no. I guess we can ask.
Who?
There-
He just stops and thinks for a second, and he's like, pagoda is probably a pretty broad term around here, isn't it?
Well, there are plenty of lords and things like that just hanging out. You know, I can't answer that.
Yeah. Android's gonna turn and grab somebody and be like, excuse me, and he's gonna bow, you know.
Walking by, there is a noble. He is of the goldish brown scale, you know, bronze. He's got like this long white hair and this beard and whatnot, and he stops and looks at you, and he says, he kind of looks at you, just kind of surprised for a minute that you like just grabbed him, like, excuse me, you know. And he looks at you and he says, oh, one of the foreigners. And he bows. He says, greetings. What can I do for you?
He's like, pardon the interruption, but we were curious if there was anywhere around referred to specifically as the pagoda.
The pagoda? Well, yes, that's where the governor lives.
Okay. Could you tell us how to get there?
Says, well, it's quite kind of a trip from here. What kind of business do you have with Governor Yokai Izu?
He kind of rubs his chin and he's like, well, we were recently a part of an investigation, and we were just following up on some details about that. Matters of paperwork, if you will. He says it's we were just curious how to get there from here. You know, we've been escorted most places thus far, and we've kind of been set loose on our own. So we were shamefully we're asking for directions.
Says, well, do you need to go to the pagoda itself, or do you just need to talk to Governor Yokai Izu? Because he would be here. Other than the Shogun and the High Shaman, he is probably the second most or third most important person, next to the retainers.
He kind of thinks for a moment, and he says, well, Otis, were we supposed to go to the pagoda itself, or was it to speak to Yokai Izu?
We kind of need to speak to Yokai Izu, if you will.
He goes,
Oh, okay.
He goes, well, I know of who you are. I've heard about the assassination attempt and that it was you and yours who foiled it. I would be honored to be the one to introduce you to the governor if you would like.
That would be exceptional of you, if you would not mind. And he bows to him again.
He bows and he goes, I am Lord Fendok. He says, yes, come, I will introduce you. And he motions for you to follow him. He says, how are you liking Longzi Judo?
That's the name of like the city, right?
That's the name of the land. In
Like
general,
just the land
the
itself.
Shogun in general, yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I didn't know
Android's
this
like,
place existed.
yeah. He's like, until recently, We had never even heard of your lands. They're quite exotic as compared to what we're used to.
Says, oh, you don't. He goes, well, that's a silly question. Of course, there's no dragoon where you come from. He goes, but you don't have other people there? No Kuatoa or Nezumi or any of that?
Android kind of, thinks for a second before he replies, and he says, "No, our lands are inhabited primarily by humans and elves and halflings such as us. We're unacquainted with peoples such as yourself, so this has been a very huge learning experience for us. You're quite noble as compared to what we're used to. There are many people in our lands that don't conduct themselves in the same manner."
Says,
He kind of points at ourselves,
Yeah. He looks over at Otis and he says, yes, we he goes, closest thing to anybody of your stature, young master, would probably be the Nezumi and probably the Kitsune, the Bunzai, but the Bunzai are surprisingly tall for, their lineage. He says, but, he goes, I imagine it's a fascinating place you come from, though. I would, if only I could travel. He goes, we don't travel very much. We're, not the type to leave our own lands very often. And he takes you guys into the banquet hall that you're accustomed to. Android, you've been to this banquet hall before. And, currently there are workers and people working to fix the room next door that has been, has a huge hole punched into its ceiling and wall and has just been completely wrecked, which is the bedchambers of Mazaru. He brings you into the banquet hall with more lords and ladies and everything, and he motions in the direction of a dragoon who is he is finely dressed. He's wearing like a silk gray suit with like red trimming on it and a tie, and he's got this dark charcoal mane. He's one of the black and red scaled, one of the charcoal and red scaled dragoons. He is tall, but not as well built as your typical dragoon. He is a little bit more frail, but you can tell just by the way he's standing over there talking with the other lords and ladies that he has a certain elegance and air about him, almost an arrogance, as it were. Lord Findoc says, there he is. Come, follow me and I will introduce you all. He brings you over to him and he says, Governor Yokai Izu? I'd like you to meet my the two saviors of Mazaru. I did not get your names. Your name? And he points at you, Android.
He says, Android Frizzen, and he just bows.
And then he motions for you, Otis.
Like, I'm Otis Hirokin, and he proceeds to bow and actually succeeds, and then actually does a little cheer. Yeah, I did it!
Yeah. Governor Izu Yokai, he just looks at you both and he bows. He says, yes, you've actually met one of my associates before. I do apologize for his behavior, the one who bumped into you and acted quite unbecoming. he did not realize your station in our people. He goes, what can I do for you two?
He kind of, you know, how do I say this again without coming across as rude? To take a page from you, Quill. He kind of looks back to the guy that escorted us here, and he bows to him, and he says, "Forgive me. These are sensitive matters. Do you, would you mind if we spoke in private?"
Lord Fendoc goes, oh, of course. Yes, it was an honor meeting you, Android, and an honor meeting you, Otis. And he bows low for you both, and he says, yes. And he joins the conversation that of the group that Yokai was speaking with, and Yokai just kind of looks at them, and he looks at you two, and he says, maybe we should step away then, if you all need to speak in private with me.
He bows to him again. He says, "Forgive me. It is sensitive."
He says, not a problem, and he kind of just walks to a corner of the room and motions for you all to follow him. He says, everybody else is speaking so loudly they won't hear us here if we keep our tones hushed. What can I do for you?
He says, "Well, my friend Otis here followed up with Nani, and Kalra Shen after they were apprehended. And we just had a few matters that we wanted to follow up on about that." He kind of turns to Otis. He said, "Did you have anything specific that you wanted to ask about that?"
No, you got this.
He was like, "Very good then." I figured as much. I just didn't know. I wanted to give you the opportunity. He's like, "Well, something about this whole matter stinks, if you will." He says, "I'm glad that we stopped the assassination, and that is all very good and important, but it feels almost too neat, I guess, too clean." He says, to put it this way, in our journeys, this is probably the first time that we've settled a matter without killing the person. So perhaps that sounds odd, and we should be, patting ourselves on the back for coming such a long way. He says, but it feels like there's something that we're missing. Like, don't look at the man behind the curtain, sort of thing. He kind of narrows his eyes. He says, he kind of narrows his eyes and sucks his teeth a little bit, and he's like, I don't know. So I was curious if you knew anything about this.
Governor Izu looks at you both, and he says, why would you think that I know anything about any of this?
Otis is going to chime in and say, because, what was his name again?
Kalra Shen.
Yeah, Kalra Shen told me to speak to you directly. Mentioned you by name.
Oh, he did he? Did he say anything else?
That you'd probably turn tail and run.
That what?
You'd probably turn tail and run.
Son of a bitch. Well. If you
I'm
all,
not coming here to threaten you. I just want to know what you know about this.
says here is not the place, for sure. If you all would like, you can escort me back to my home, the pagoda, and we can speak on these matters more privately.
How far is the pagoda? I heard it's quite the trip. Well, how far is quite the trip?
He says it would be if we weren't using a Shenlong. But with a
What does that mean?
he just kind of looks at you a little flabbergasted for a minute, and he goes,
I'm sorry, I'm very new here compared to everybody else.
he says, well, a Shenlong is a mode of transportation. They are beasts of burden, as it were, winged and quite large, capable of carrying much weight, and they will have us there within a few hours.
Yo, I got one of those too. It's a griffin.
Says,
Yeah, Android kind of smiles because he's seen a Shenlong before. He's just kind of like, heh.
he just kind of, yeah, you say you've got a griffin, and he just kind of, but you can tell he has no idea what you just said. But because he's so proper, he, you know what I mean? He doesn't harp on it. He says, well, then, if you all would like, we can go there, and we can speak on this matter more directly without prying ears. And then he leans into you both and he goes, there are things here that can hear. He says this very quietly. He says, there are things here that can hear that you would be surprised that they have ears. And then he leans
Very good
back.
then.
Otis is going to turn to Android and be like, shall we wait for the others, or are we just going to go ahead and go?
Android's gonna check in with you, Quill, on dot 3. Be like, you want us
Yeah,
to wait
you need
for
to tell me what the
you?
hell's going on too with
Go-
these rings.
Well, before we do that, let's go to you, Quill, and Zoltan real fast. And so while all this is going on,
gang.
you, Quill, and and Zoltan, you guys find your way through questioning the different guards and stuff where the dungeons are, and you make your way down into the dungeon room where you see you see the one cell holding Kara Shin, and he's just kind of sitting there silently, like just staring at a wall. He doesn't even like acknowledge your presence. And then a few cells down on the opposite side, you see where they're holding Nani, who seems to be sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, just meditating. You may be on mute again. I don't know.
No, I shouldn't be.
Oh, okay.
No, I was trying to think of which one I'd actually want to talk to first in manner. Yeah, I guess he would go to Nani first just to be like, so, that was a thing that you did.
As you approach her, her eyes just open slowly, and she regards you, and she says, "Oh, the chosen one. I heard that you won the Jingzhou. Congratulations." Now, to describe Nani again, she is one of the bronzish gold, brown dragons. You know, she's wearing robes, and she's got the sticks in her hair that are, ornamental.
Yeah.
And she looks at you and she says, "Congratulations, you've come a long way since the last time I talked with you. When I met you, you were like a babe out of the womb, and now here you are, a grown man standing before me."
Euquil just takes a moment to kind of regard her, and he's like, touche. Congratulations from the person that's about to be executed was the last thing I expected, but I do appreciate it.
She says, I'm well aware of the decisions that I have made in my life, you Quill. She said, I knew what the consequences were. In fact, if anything, I'm glad they went down the way that they did and that no one had to die to accomplish them. Other than myself, I suppose. And she just kind of...
Equal just kind of looks at her and he's like, all right, I mean, fair. Fair, you know. They're fucking fair. Why though? It's like when we talked, you didn't... You know what I mean? It's like, you don't seem like the type. You know what I mean?
She says, because I love Long Zi Judo.
Yeah, that's been evident since day one. Again, that doesn't quite... He's like, forgive my ignorance. I'm not from here, so the reasons why are not so clear to me. What would be so bad that would cause you to do something that most would find absurd, asinine even?
Where are you from, you Quill? Originally, I mean.
Vorkamina.
Your country, technically, just so you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
nobody would, like, really say their continent, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your country is called Andis Dulai.
Really?
You might want to write that down. ANDES hyphen DULI. Andis Dulai.
Yeah, I tell her.
Yeah. And she looks at you and she says, I'm not familiar with it, but let me ask you something about your country. Do you care about it at all? I guess the better question is are those who are in charge of it, do they care about it? Do they protect it?
That's one of those, from my perspective, no.
She says they just let it be overrun. They do nothing of the sort. You say from your perspective. I understand that perhaps, and she thinks about the way she's going to word this, and she says, perhaps where you're from, you're not as big of a deal there as you are, say, to my people.
Cool chuckles and he's like, yes, going from cannon fodder to... He kind of chuckles, dare I say demigod, is a far cry from one another.
Precisely. There you are just a commoner, a cannon fodder, as it were, a soldier. And that is not uncommon for those in lower station to take issue with those who govern the bodies of their systems. However, do those governing bodies still maintain the body? Do they still work, whether you like them or not? Do they still work to protect the body? Do they put you in needless wars? Are you in danger of being overrun by your enemies at any point in time? Do they protect your borders even?
Equal kind of think about it. He's like, yeah, I mean,
If you're unsure about that, just because.
well, he's like, I know we've discussed. He's like, he kind of takes a moment. He's like, as a caveat, I see what you're trying to say. He's like, but where I'm from, he kind of smiles. He's like, I understand to a degree what you're trying to say. Where I'm from, good and evil is more black and white on the principle of the land is overrun by, and he just kind of like he gets a very dark, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Kind of like going to that moment. It's like there is nothing above that is good. And he just looks and he's like, but I understand through my time in oh fuck, where are they from?
Ooh.
Like
Siren?
the group.
Like-
Yeah, Siren, yeah. He's like in talking with a multitude of he kind of chuckles, he goes, kings, gods. He kind of chuckles like this, like it's a moment of
Revelation.
yeah. He's telling the story of like how he understands kind of what she's trying to say, realizing all the shit that he's done and been through, and he's like, huh, I did know a guy that ran a place that did become a god. Holy fucking shit. Touche. Anyways, yeah, I get it, but he looks at her and he's like, you spoke in a way, and in our discussions, I could tell your passion. I just didn't know that the way you felt was this. Wronged, I guess would be the way to put it.
Well, let me ask you. Your country of Andis Dulai, that you said, on the continent of Vorkamina, which I am vaguely aware of it, as it does border the continent of Pangshu. However, I've never been there and heard tale of it from different merchants and things. My question to you, though, is as bad as it can be, do you still love it?
I guess the answer simply is yes, but more of a nostalgic yes.
Well, wouldn't you do whatever it took to, if you had the power to put those in charge that would make things better, wouldn't you?
To be fair.
Says precisely. That's all I've done. Some of us, and she motions to your weaponry, some of us don't use swords. Some of us fight for what we love through other means. Some of us are even willing to give our lives for that cause, even if it doesn't mean we have to die on the battlefield.
Fair enough.
Says, is this what you came down here to question me about, you Quill? My resolve? You will find it intact.
He kind of chuckles. He's like, that was never the question. It was more of just the understanding. He's like, Hmm. A mutual respect, I guess, that I have for you.
She says, I have the utmost respect for you. She says,
He's like, so.
you came to our lands and you are going to fulfill something that we have been waiting millennia for. She kind of sighs and goes, I only wish I could be there to see it. But perhaps whatever's waiting for me on the other side will afford me the opportunity to look down upon it when it happens.
Hopefully. He's like, so you're content with the way things, I guess, in the end turned out, though?
What happened, happened. It had to happen that way, and it could have gone no other way.
I mean, fair. He's like, all things considered, he's like, it was more of a... Me coming here was more of a formal thank you for setting me on this path and to see if your questions had been answered. He goes, I can't say I'm happy to hear of your execution, but I understand that things have to be done.
Says don't rack your don't rack your brain trying to figure out a way to save me, you Quill. She said that will only cause you trouble. She says you have to accept the situation for what it is.
He's like, fair. He's like, to that point, and he kind of rubs his brow. He's like, you spoke with my little halfling friend.
By halfling, do you mean Otis?
Yes.
Yes, the cleric Obad High, or cleric of Obad High. Yes.
Yes.
The one whose god speaks to him, walks with him.
Yuquil just kind of looks at her and he's like, you don't know, do you? Yeah, we've all had a dealing or two with a god. And then some.
Says,
I digress.
Hip hip hooray.
He's like, I digress. I will get sidetracked. We have these handy dandy little trinkets of ours. So I was privy to part of y'all's conversation. He goes, forgive.
She says, I don't feel like you've dropped any eaves upon me. She goes, what do I have to hide at this point?
He's like, hence why I'm here. Names were mentioned that we know of. And we find it curious, not to say you're in cohorts or anything of that, no allegation. Just, we find it, well, when there's knowledge to be had, we should sometimes seek it out. A particular, and he kind of shudders, particular name came to be uttered that, yeah, hasn't always went so well for us when dealing with. You spoke of a being Toldoth?
Oh, Toldoth, the god of decay. Yes, the one worshipped primarily by the Koatoa, but we have a few who still worship him in secret. He actually, yes, father of the Woojin. Yes.
Equal to size is like, and father of mushroom.
Father of what?
Of much more.
Says, oh, you know of him. Otis did not say that he knew of him. Now I feel sort of foolish. Like I was telling him something he already knew.
And Otis knows, we all know of him. The words escape me. In passing, his name keeps reappearing. It's a reoccurring theme, it would seem.
I see.
We know so much and so little at the same time.
Well, what can I do for you in regards to Toldoth?
Well, here it's just mostly the Wujin that have dealings with him.
She says, well, Toldoth is one of our primary deities. He is the father of decay, yes, but he is not, but he, yeah, that he's primarily known for he who taught the Wujins their gifts, as it were. He is depicted as a feeble sorcerer, humanoid, but I doubt he's human. There are only a few gods that are worshipped in our lands. Most either worship Cass because he is the warrior god, the god of strength, or Primus because he is the god of balance. You know, the positive and the negative. And through him, you know, the shaman gain their abilities, and the modern Shujinja, you know, usually follow him. You have my personal goddess, Tachesis, and you know of her, I'm sure, by now.
Yeah.
But then you have Toldoth, and those who worship him are usually... He is the primary deity of at least two shogunates. There is the Kuatua shogunate, and then there are the shogunate of the demons, the 6 demons. And they tend to glorify him more than anything. As far as the tribes go, the Ubixian are known to worship him pretty heavily as well. Anybody who's doing the way of the Wujin and or have more nefarious ideals on how to handle things tend to be worshippers of Toldoth, though it is not a popular path, you might say. I myself, even though I did Wujin magic, I'm not a follower of Toldoth at all. I revere Primus, though Tachesis may be my goddess. I revere Primus because I know that my shamanistic ability comes from him.
Fair. Yuko kind of chuckles at his like weird state of like technical duality. Like, I get that.
She says, out of the curiosity, what is your prior knowledge of this Toldoth?
We ran into some of his acolytes, I guess is the best way to put it.
So far west?
Where all did we bump into people?
Let's see. How I count the ways.
Well, he was responsible. He was
times.
responsible.
Yeah, I'm
for
trying to think of like all the times he was.
and-
Yeah, I was trying to think of all the times he was actually responsible, and like when we just kind of like stumbled into his shit.
But yeah, like actually directly interacted with Toldoth versus
Yeah, hearing through
like
the grapevine type of thing. Yeah.
yeah.
You have never actually interacted with Toldoth before.
I didn't
like,
think
not
so. I
directly.
thought it was
Yeah.
always. I thought it was always the stranger.
He did appear. He did appear
primarily.
to you in a dream once, Android. Remember, and he cursed you. You and
That's right.
you and
Yeah.
Tyrone. But that's
Me and
about the
Tyrone.
closest you've ever had interaction.
Oh yeah,
with
because I
him
watched
before.
the cosmos explode or some shit.
Yeah. You
Well,
sure
didn't
did.
we like the one group that of his wasn't it his acolytes that fucked us up pretty fucking fiercely?
Yeah, the ones who were shooting
yeah.
you with arrows and
Negative
doing
damage.
constitution
Yeah.
damage. Yeah, the stranger and his minions.
Yeah.
Yes, they are all worshippers of Toldoth. Yes,
Yeah, that's why. So I was like,
and
I kind of give her like a.
and Lucchese Killian of the Council of Balance, though the representative of the Black or the representative of the Moon. Remember, he had books on Toldoth and stuff, and he respects him.
That android stole.
Yeah, Android still.
So, yeah, so Uquil gives her like the Uquil Cliff Notes first. He's like, we fought some of his people once or twice. He may or may not have caused a small cataclysm within our lands.
He's upset with us.
Also,
Yeah, we
something
we
else
may or may not have.
Something else I want to point out too is that the chapters you have unlocked within the Pantheon, Toldoth's name shows up in the Pantheon a few times.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning that.
Oh, okay.
While I do kind of respect her, that's between me, Android, and a rock.
I would suggest rereading in the lore section chapter 4 and chapter 8 that you guys have unlocked. Chapters 4 and 8 both have Toldoth involved in them.
Okay. But no, I give her like a kind of like a quick rundown of like, it's like, no, he did the small cataclysm that he had a strong hand in, or at least all things point to that. We're like 100% sure that was literally his doing. Some of his worships were bastards. He kind of like rubs his shoulder. You know what I mean? Just like instinctively, like motherfucking pieces of shit.
Still taking con damage from that
Yeah,
shit.
still taking con damage from it. And he's just like, we've ran into, more followers or have seen his footprints, unfortunately, more than once on even our continent.
Of Toldoth.
Yes.
That far west.
Yes.
Because didn't you say, you said you come from the continent of Vorkamina, but you said you were on the continent of Siren for a while. Correct?
That's where I've spent
That's
the
clear
last
across the
couple-
Great Desert. That's almost as far west as we can go.
Mm-hmm.
And you've ran into worshippers of Toldoth even that far?
Yeah, he looks at her and he's like, yes. So you see why when I hear about it here and find out that y'all worship a person in whom and he's like, he kind of puts his hand up. He's like, well, some people worship. He's like, you see where my concern quickly becomes evident.
She said, well, we haven't had upheaval concerning Toldoth in millennia, ever since the way of the Wujin became taboo, as it were. She says, we haven't had issue like that. Again, we have a few shogunates and tribes who revere him, but I mean, it's nothing of that grand upheaval like you said, like you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what, like, you can tell he's, like, starting to get unnerved. Like, as he's filling her in, he's, like, recalling these accounts. It's like, yeah, we've felt his presence way more than the people that are worshiping. And he's like, that's not good. And it's like, this motherfucker has very rarely been a quiet person around us, so him being quiet here makes him nervous.
She says, okay, I'm gonna do something that perhaps I shouldn't, but I'm gonna do it because I want to help you. And if I can be of a help to you one final time in this life, then so be it. In the lands of the Xingzhou, or the Kuo-toa shogunate, there is a Kuo-toa shaman. And maybe calling him a shaman is a stretch.
No.
But his name is Bing Gao. Or Bing Zhao. Bing Zhao. Fing Zhao. Fingguo.
Hold on.
This seems important. Zoltan needs to write it down. One more time.
Fingguo.
Guo.
Guo. Fing Zhao.
Okay.
And this Fing Zhao, he is, like I said, calling him a shaman is probably a stretch, though he does have shamanistic abilities. He openly practices Wu-Jin magic as well. The Kuo-toa don't look upon Wu-Jin ability, but he is also what we call an alienist.
Okay.
And from what I understand, the alienists are capable of speaking to what they refer to as the Old Ones. And they claim that this Toldoth, or that Toldoth, is one of these Old Ones.
Mm-hmm.
They almost scoff at our goddess Tachesis and Cass, for instance, because they say, well, they are just, powerful mortals, but these Old Ones are true gods. And I never really put a lot of stock in them, because if you've ever talked to a Kuo-toan before, they are a bit much, but I've always respected Fing Zhao. He, as far as Kuo-toans go, he's relatively sane. If you want to know more about this Toldoth, or anything, he is the biggest expert you're ever going to find. Some claim that he can even speak directly to him.
That sends a chill through you, Quill, like she just put ice in his pants. He's like, well, fair enough.
Not good.
Yeah. Well, fuck.
And we just fucking told Edgar exactly where to fucking come.
Yeah.
Knows exactly where we're at. Finding info about Toldoth. I'm so pissed.
Quill just kind of
So
rubs his
spicy.
brow. He's like, fuck. All right. Well, that's not good.
It's not my fault.
She says, before you leave our lands, stop by my village, the one that you met me in. It is the oh shoot. Hold on. That one I'm gonna have to look up because I don't remember the name of that dang old village. I am so sorry. I try to remember all of these things and it's just not possible for me every time. You understand, right? Right?
Nope, you're fired.
No.
You're fired.
Yeah.
Get better.
Get gooder.
Yeah. Stop by my village again. Shudezo Gate Village. You will find a map to our lands there. That will help you be able to pinpoint at least where the different shogunates are and this and that, and maybe we can, at least you'll have an idea of where you need to go if you're going to try and go to the Kuo-toa shogunate and find out more about Toldoth.
Yeah.
Be careful though. In Xingzhou, they will not respect you quite the same way we do. Not necessarily, they're not necessarily going to execute you on sight, but the time of the Jingzhu is almost over. And people become a lot more bloodthirsty.
Quill just kind of smiles and he's like, I've walked places that I was more than despised. The eagerness and bloodlust in some of their eyes was more than obvious. He just kind of takes a moment to think about walking through the orc lands, and he's like, yeah, we tend to have that problem.
She takes a ring off of her finger and holds it out to you and kind of pushes it past the bars. And she says, give that to Fing when you see him again. Fing.
The guy that was coordinated.
Fing Zhao. Ving Zhu.
No.
Actually, Fing Zhu. The Koatoan shaman. She says, give that to Fing Zhu when you see him again. He will remember me. He will know that ring. And you will be considered friend to him. We shaman, unlike most shogunates, we shaman tend to converse with one another more often than not, and Fing, just like me, has a high reverence for Primus.
Fair enough.
You'll find that the shamanistic community, we tend to like to get together a lot more often than most are aware of, and talk spirituality.
Fair enough.
Zoltan is gonna pull out the piece and then examine the ring.
It's clean.
No Mujin magic on it?
She watches you examine it, and she goes,
It's highly disappointed.
she says, all traces of Wujin ability. Who gave you a sight stone?
I can't say.
She says,
Yuko just kind of looks at him and he's like, okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to see something because a lot of the people at the coronation hall had a bunch of Wujin stuff on them.
She says, yes. Wujin magic may seem very taboo, but you'll find that a lot of these lords and ladies in all out the different shogunates get extremely bored, and they like to play upon the precipice of the abyss.
Yep.
She's
very
like,
disappointed.
they walk around with their little trinkets and things like that. Maybe they need to have a ring that has some Wujin capabilities in there that allow them to speak a little bit more elegantly than they normally would, and things like that. Oh yes, Wujin magic may be taboo, but a lot of the wealthy and powerful like to dabble. There is a draw to the occult with most of them. She's like, welcome to the continent of Pengshun, gentlemen.
Yuko kind of chuckles.
You will find past our elegant demeanor that we're somewhat grimier than we pretend.
Yuko chuckles. He's like, I've been from the top to the bottom to the top.
Drank from the silver cup and smoked the finest green.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, it he kind of looks at Zoltan. He's like, "Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the lightest, but I digress."
I'm still disappointed about it.
He's like, "Say something." Never mind. Never mind. I don't even want to know. Because that all happened when he wasn't around him, right? Like when he got the size
Yeah,
from him and shit.
yeah, like you never met the crone. You have yet to have met the crone or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, "The fuck are you?" Okay, whatever.
She says,
He's like, "Huh?"
she says, I don't know what brought you to these lands in the first place, but I have a feeling you're gonna be here a little longer than you expected.
Yuquil's like, after talking to you, I have a disturbing hunch. You're right, and I'm not happy about why we're going to be here either.
Says, well, good luck to you.
And he's like, I think events were started, and we may have hastened them, unfortunately.
Says, well, you are the chosen one. If anyone's going to accomplish it, you will.
Yuquil bows, and he's like, I still, even in these circumstances, do not deserve your praise.
She says, if that's the case, then afford me one favor, Yuquil.
What's that?
When you seek out past the stars, and you find the resting place of my goddess, I beseech you to beseech her that wherever I am, she pulls me to her side, and that perhaps I may rest peacefully. Because I know that regardless of wherever I end up when this is all said and done, I will only find peace within her embrace. Tell her that her faithful servant did what she had to protect her people, her children, and beseech her to have mercy upon her faithful. Don't forget me, please.
Yuquil bows, and he's like, I will not.
It's about that time that you get like a call on your ring and it's Android coming through. Android, what were you going to ask Yuquil originally, if you can even remember?
He's so dead.
Did Android die? No way. No way, dude.
He's so fucking dead.
Android. There is no chance.
Droid and Android. They're both dead. Oh no.
No way. No way.
Anyways, did y'all know Pog's birthday is coming up?
Yo, chill.
Ah,
Chill.
No letting out government information on a recording.
Yeah, no.
no, I'm just
No.
saying. His birthday's near. Y'all should say happy birthday to him.
It's fine, dude. It's fine.
Nope.
How many candles do I need?
Like 150.
Oh, Android straight up died.
He died.
He's died. He's DED dead.
No
But
way.
I think he does work tomorrow, no?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but oh, that sucks.
To be continued on the next episode.
Well, I guess this is where we're gonna have to end it then, boys.
Yeah.
That's all right. We were gonna end it pretty soon, anyways. I just wanted to like cap it off with that, but yeah, we'll just end it with that, with Nani asking for that promise, and then the call from Android comes through the ring, and we will pick it up next session.
No.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I hope you all are excited.
I don't know. Zoltan's clueless on what's happening. Zoltan doesn't like
Nothing fucking good.
Nothing good. Nothing good. Y'all didn't think I was gonna take it here, did you? Y'all didn't even. Y'all don't. Even know.
I knew we would at some point, but I didn't think right now.
Well, here's the thing. Like part of that. Well, I shouldn't say. Let me put it to you like this. Part of it, I did not even have planned. I just kind of went with what happened and said, well, I mean, we're here now. Let's carry this through. You know, so there are bits of it that I wasn't expecting to happen, but I have to I have to keep it real. You know, again, you guys.
Well, the more we kept prying, I'm like, fuck, we're really fucking playing with Pandora's box here. Like, I know he's got fucking plans in the background that we've been not necessarily negating or ignoring, but it's like we also discussed a while back, like how events will either correlate or they won't, and sooner or later we're gonna fuck around and find out.
Yeah,
And we've done that a handful of times.
oh, Android's back.
Wait,
Oh my
wait.
goodness, Android came back.
Is he alive?
Oh man, I think so. Android?
He might not have the end. Sight.
Sorry, my phone died and it had my hotspot going and I lost connection. I was like,
Oh.
fuck, I gotta plug my phone in, no!
Oh.
I like panicked.
He's
I was like,
running
I just
around in
know
circles.
he's gonna end. I just know he's gonna end.
All right, we're calling an audible here. We're calling an audible. So the ring rings through, and Android is on the other line. And okay, that conversation you were gonna have with you, Quill, you can have now.
Oh,
Now shoot, now I'm tempted to just keep going, guys. But I know every. Well, Android does have work in the morning. He does have.
Just
do.
call in.
I do too.
Yeah, everybody just call in and let's just really hit
I
the
can't.
burn the midnight oil tonight. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, I won't call in, but I will burn the midnight oil. I mean, you know, I have stayed up all night, like, on a bender drinking until 4 in the morning and got up and still gone to work. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. But what I will say is that Agaricus will probably tap out pretty soon. So with that said, as long as you're okay with Agaricus just being kind of backseat.
Well, Agaricus went into their little alchemical room anyway.
Pocket
so,
dimension anyway, yeah. So I feel like that's a good excuse.
Yeah, but
We told
no,
her to wait there.
but no, we should really probably just But I do want to have this conversation between Nicole and Android.
We're gonna
Let's do
burn
that.
that oil on rivals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways,
Yeah.
conversation
Yeah, so-
that we're burning midnight oil on rivals.
Android calls up Quill and he says, "What was it?" Android was going to ask you, Quill, on the
You're essentially gonna be like, do you want us to wait for? Do you want us to come? Like, do you want to regroup and come with us to the pagoda, or are you still having your convo, or what's the deal, big boy, big daddy? Oh, also, I was gonna make a joke right before the phone died, where I was gonna say "nani nani," more like "mommy mommy." But
Nice.
Touche.
Nice.
Touche. Uquil just kind of sighs deeply and he's like, well, yes and no.
We found yokai. So we're gonna go with him to the pagoda. You're just a status report, you know.
Well, I've spoke with Nani Nani. From what I'm gathering, everything seems to be the way that it was intended, which is comforting. The disheartening news is, yeah, when speaking with her about the whole thing with Toldoth, we may or may not have caused the conundrum. Yeah. He's been quiet here while being loud at our place, evidently.
Why?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to try to dig out of the other guy and see if maybe he knows something.
Okay, so you're gonna follow up on that. We're good to go to the pagoda.
Yeah, be careful because while she seems content and like her part of this act has finished, I don't know how deep this rabbit hole goes. So, yeah, keep your wits about you.
Fair enough.
So
Fuck.
Android and Uquill, you guys hang up with each other, and Otis, and as soon as that's taken care of, Otis and Android meet Yokai Izu outside where he's standing by a rickshaw that's attached to a Shenlong. Otis, you have never seen you have seen a Shenlong before, actually. It's the same kind of beast that that was pulling the rickshaw that Lao D and Android were riding when they found you. But to reiterate it, just in case you forgot, it looks like a dragon of a sort. It's about the size of perhaps like an elephant, but instead of, it's got legs, but instead of having arms, its arms are formed into its wings, and you can tell that it is exactly like Yokai said it is. It's just a giant beast of burden. It's not formally intelligent like, say, the Dragoon are, but it does definitely look like kin to them, you know. In your language, you wouldn't call it Shenlong, you would call it Wyvern. And it's just this giant beast that is attached to the rickshaw. And Governor Yokai is there, and he's standing there, and he's like, "Did you take care of the necessary things you needed to?"
Yes, sir. We're good to go.
Says good, and he opens up the door for the rickshaw, which it's kind of a funny thing because a rickshaw doesn't have an actual roof, but yet his rickshaw is so elegant and fancy looking. It's made out of a finer wood, and it's got like golden inlay on it and everything, you know, and it's even got a door for you to open and close and step into. It's a real chariot, as it were.
His tractor got a cab. I see how it is.
Yeah, with padded seating, you know, of fine velvet, red velvet. No, we're gonna say white velvet. Yeah. And he's like, then please escort me to the pagoda, and we will speak on matters more in depth there.
Very well then. Then I just kind of bored.
What about you, Otis? Do you get up in there too?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just only asking just because you said something about about Cassius earlier, so I didn't know if you were gonna want to ride him or if you were gonna.
Nah, I'm gonna get Cassius a break.
Okay, so you step up in there and he shuts the door and he says, "All right then." Then he snaps his fingers and calls out a few things in his language, and the Shenlong takes up into the sky and begins to fly you guys towards the pagoda. Now, the location of the pagoda, and I'm gonna just show you the map. Well, if you know what, if you just go to the Roll20, I can ping where you guys are headed. So you begin to fly towards the pagoda, and it is located right there.
Oh.
It is northeast of the Forgotten City. As you guys head in that direction, it is probably like a couple of miles away from the non-Z farms that you all have visited once. as you all begin to fly in that direction, and you will be there within a few hours. You, Quill, and Zoltan, you said you were going to approach Kara Shin and question him now.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? So you guys go walking over to his cell, and he's sitting there just staring at a wall, looking absolutely just dejected. Like he's just got this blank face, and he's just staring at this wall. He's got this blank expression. He's just... He doesn't even like acknowledge your presence as you approach.
Damn, that's tragic. Makes me want to turn into Loud E now. His expression is, bitch. Sorry.
Feel some type of way, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah,
That's how you really feel.
I never bowed to Nani Nani.
do what?
Well, I never bowed to as an exit to Nani Nani.
Oh, well, there's always time. You can say that you did that. And yeah.
I'm gonna turn around mid walk and bow.
She bows to you from the sitting position. She just bows her head. Says, "Take care. And be careful."
I would say the same to you. Fair travels on the next life.
Yeah. So over at Karajin, what do y'all do?
Throw a rock at it.
That's not rock at it. Except if you won't, we can wait until next time to finish that part.
We certainly actually could. We actually could. Yeah,
I don't know how long that's gonna take, and I know Android's probably.
Well, no, Android already said he's down to roll, but in all fairness, I think recording wise and everything else, I think now is just like a good spot to stop, you know.
Oh, you could just make another episode. It's okay.
Yeah.
You get a double feature.
Yeah.
Not even like a super long episode, just, double episode. Here you go. We went late tonight.
Believe me,
Part two.
I would love to continue to.
Adventures in Loxos after hours.
Yeah, I would love to continue to.
Never goes well.
I certainly would. I do like that though. I like that idea of Adventures in Loxos after hours. Maybe there's something we can
Tabletop with
work
a
in,
Y.
like a table talk type thing where we come together like once, like during the week or something, and all just sit down and chat about things. But who knows? For now, let's call it a session, y'all. Believe me, I would love to continue to, but
Not as much as me.
yeah.
Oh, real quick, can someone tell me what the issue is with the rings?
What is the issue with the rings? That you're gonna have to find out in game. This is what you do know. All of a sudden, the rings now, which seem to be just like short communication radios, basically walkie-talkies. Now all of a sudden there's a voice on there, and her name is Dot, and she's like almost like a voice that comes through the rings, and
An AI.
you're finding out that the rings have more functions than you ever realized. Believe me, you're with Android. You can ask him on the way there if you want.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying? Just that's all I can tell you without being too meta about it. Believe me, everybody was freaking flabbergasted when they found out about Dot. You're not the first one. Everybody was like, "What the crap?" It was just a funny little thing because I was like, you all don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment.
Exactly 6 hours.
Yeah. More like exactly 6 years. You're close. That's the right number. That's the right number. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah. But Yeah, shoot. Yeah, so let me do the outro real quick to all you Golden Wonders out there who join us on these little podcasts of ours, these little sessions. We appreciate everybody who listens and watches. If they like watching static imagery, I don't judge. I want y'all to know that you know, y'all mean the world to me. From the very bottom of my heart, y'all mean the entire world to me, and to them old school gamers, I love y'all as well. And like I said, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I really couldn't ask for a better group. you guys keep me on my toes. Solid. You solid keep me on my toes. Like I said, tonight y'all did some things and opened up a Pandora's box that I wasn't expecting, and now we have to play that out. So
No, we don't. We can just withdraw everything.
I could just ignore it. I could just ignore it, but I'm not going to. So no, it's
we hate you.
It's so much. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. And yeah, to you Golden Wonders out there, I love y'all, and y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Adios.